Hello, chat. Sorry about that. Just an extra couple of minutes there that I needed. How are we all doing? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Happy Monday. You know the drill. We got news. We got things to discuss as per usual. How are you all doing? We have got in the chat Valerie Valkyrie. We got Ms. Kip. We got Gumba Master. We have got Middle Earth Marxist. We have got Morgana. We got Nappers. How are you all doing? How was your weekend? I did have a fantastic weekend. Thank you very much, Ms. Kip. I had Friday, which was... Oh boy, can't remember anything about Friday. Didn't get anything done, I don't think. No, I got a lot of stuff done. I did a whole bunch of stuff. Yes, I repotted my tomato plants. So that was very good. And they are doing okay. They're doing very good, which is good. But tomato plants are quite hardy, as we all know. And that means that it wasn't much of a surprise that they did okay. And Friday, anything else? I was just running around doing a bunch of stuff. Pops out to do a bit of shopping. I think I did some laundry. I genuinely can't remember what I did on Friday. I just think I did a ton of chores. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm pretty sure I wanted to just like relax, but I remember thinking, oh, I've got a whole bunch of stuff to do, so I better just get that done, and then I did. So I think that's all I did on Friday. And then on Saturday, I went out for my neighbor's birthday, and we went to their bar that they own, and we had a lovely time there. Nice little dance, nice little speak to people that I haven't seen in a while, so that was good. Nice bit of socializing. Felt very good to go and do a bit of that. And I felt quite proud of myself that I was in an environment where lots of people were drinking and stuff, and I did not engage in any drinking whatsoever, so that felt very nice. And yeah, Saturday night, just chilled out, played a whole bunch of video games and stuff. Yesterday I went to see me grandma and granddad with me mum. That was pretty good, pretty nice. And yeah, just chilled the hell out. Didn't really do much for the rest of the day. You'll notice that there wasn't a red planet. Everyone was pretty tired. We were down one host already, and we just decided to sack it off. So that's why that didn't happen. And yeah, there you go. The weekend is long without mule streams. This is what many people are saying. Yeah, hello Chilavina. And also, yes, thank you so much, Ms. Kip, for the 20 consecutive streams watched. Really appreciate that. And Val says decent weekend and I beat Bloodborne today. Good for you. Good for you. My body doesn't know whether to deal with allergies, be ill, or both. I have been coughing a little bit. And I do think it's to do with like the increased amount of hay fever or pollen in the air or whatever. It's not great. I worked so hard on Saturday, I felt ill on Sunday. Luckily, I had time to rest. Good to hear it. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened. That's bad. The weekend is long without mule streams. What up, DJ? Hello. How you doing, Gummy Mama? About the same length as usual, I reckon. Oh, yes. Small number compared to some, but it's a solid start. Small number compared to some. Wait, what? What do you mean? I think it's hay fever, but tablets don't work like Lemsip does. Yeah, that sounds like you might be ill. Hello, Mama B. The 20 streak. Oh, don't worry about that. Literally, don't worry about that. Oh my god. No, be nice to yourself. You literally are just never going to be able to catch up to Val and what do you call it? Middle Earth Marxist on the 120 streams watched or whatever it is. Is it Nuclear Slayer that's on that as well? 120, 140, something crazy like that. Did I say hi to B-Rat? Hello, B-Rat. Hello. It is Twitch trying to capitalize on fear of missing out. Yes. I went to a Palestine rally in March with a big flag. We had some people come to Toronto, Montreal, and New York. From Toronto, Montreal, and New York to join us. It was cool. Nice. Good to hear it, Ninja Can. We stopped in front of a Starbucks to do some speeches and use those smoke flare thingies. That sounds very cool. Good for you. Flee from my mighty 225 numbers, chat. Wait, you've got 225? You can't. You've got 225. Is that real? That's absolutely nuts. I haven't really done... I can't think of much else to tell you about my weekend. I had a interesting chat with my granddad yesterday, trying to get him to understand empire and Palestine and Iran and all this kind of business. He was very confused and he was like, what are Iran doing in Palestine? And I was just like, nothing. And he was like, no, Iran are doing something in Palestine. I was like, I don't think they are, buddy. I do this for a job. I look at this stuff for a job. And then we spoke about something else and I was sort of building up the picture for him. And so I was saying, okay, so you've got... Because the way that I was trying to explain it to him is that in Palestine, you've got Palestine, it's occupied, and then you have what is a similar situation to the Provisional IRA, that kind of a thing, and he figured that out. He got that. And then I started to explain the same was happening in Lebanon, and then when I said Hezbollah, he goes, that's what I was talking about. And I was like, yeah, that's nothing to do with Iran. That's just the news are just constantly trying to make out that Iran are forcing Lebanese people to attack Israel, and it's not that. It's that Lebanese people don't want to be invaded by Israel. And he got it quite solidly, actually, which is pretty good for an 8-year-old guy who didn't finish school at all. So that was quite an interesting conversation that I enjoyed having. I was also talking a little bit about Andy Burnham to my gran and my mum. And my gran is always very funny. My gran, I've told you this before, chat. Just like, all you have to do is like log on to a computer and she'll go, oh, aren't you clever? So that's the kind of person that she is. But I do think that she knows when I know a bit more about stuff than she does. I was talking about renationalizing the Bank of England, freezing interest rates, allowing people to borrow more, and having options for debt forgiveness and all this kind of business, and increasing investment in the state through national savings and investments and all this kind of business, right? And as soon as I started talking about all that stuff, she was like, you should be prime minister. I was like, no, you don't understand. I'm a communist. That's not what I'm all about. She goes, you should run. And I'm like, there's no fucking way, man. It's not happening. So yeah, it's very funny. Stuff like you all listed, people love hearing it. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Hello, Mushy, yeah, Gran's got faith. They like didn't know it was all an option. No, absolutely, that's the thing. People don't understand this stuff because it's just not spoken about, right? Because the establishment doesn't want to speak about it. So as soon as you say something that is like interesting and it goes, oh, that kind of sounds like it makes sense, they go, oh. Good stuff. Hello, Huskadoo, how are you? Ms. Kip says, I did a thing today, waiting at the school gates. I was asking fellow mums about a tenancy group. I've had some very interested. A couple have just made a plan to map out the village and separate it over 3 days, go knock in some doors and see what interest there is. Let's go! Ms. Kip, killing it. That's so good. See? That's how easy it is. That's literally how easy it is. I'm saying this all the time. Yeah? Org and eyes. That is literally it. Get some interest. I would say, Ms. Kip, the next step is to find out what all of y'all's main issue is, right? So when you get a bunch of people, when you've done this door knocking, when you've mapped it all out and door knocked the estates and all this business, figure out, have a meeting, find out a time to have a meeting, and then figure out what everybody's main issues are regarding the housing, yeah? Things that directly affect them, yeah? And you'll notice that no one, literally no one will be able to say immigrants, because immigrants do not directly affect your housing situation, right? It's 100% going to be damp as number one. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, right? 100% people are going to be like, I can put my finger through my wall because it's so damp, or there are clouds forming in my house, right? But it's good to do that just anyway. It's good that, like, just, you know, you could be like, let's get a solid list of things down about what we don't like, what we can write to the housing association with about, and let's just get the list down for now, and then we'll have another meeting in a couple of weeks or whatever, etc., yeah? And hopefully by that time we can give you a bit more advice on like how to push that forward, what to do with it, etc. But that's very exciting, Ms. Kib. This could literally be the start of a grassroots. This is what grassroots is, growing from the grass up, tenant union. We're going to start with a WhatsApp group. Chat, what do I always say? What do I always say? It is as getting something started is as easy as starting a WhatsApp group. It can be as simple as starting a WhatsApp group. Maybe I haven't said that in a long time, but I do say it fairly regularly. Ninja Can says, I have some friends who believe that the AI takeover of society is inevitable because they've been conditioned to just believe billionaires. Not only can they not conceive a different future, they can't conceive of just not going along with what the fascists are planning. It's frustrating. I mean, you've got to ask yourself, like, where do these conversations go, I suppose? When they say it's inevitable, are they like, oh, it's fine, I don't care about it? Or are they like, oh, it's shit and I don't like it? Because if it's the first one, then you've just got to kind of, I don't know, just keep having conversations with them. Don't give up, but like also don't put too much effort into it because you're going to stress yourself out and stuff. And you know, whatever what do they think the AI takeover of society is? The AI takeover of society being, but no one's going to have any jobs. Is that what they mean? Like, I don't know. Like, well, what's the through thought, right? This week I saw news about companies not hiring new graduates because a lot of them can't do anything besides use ChatGPT. There's a whole new underclass of people to talk to about capitalism not working. Yep. They're on board with the complaining part and understanding how completely awful and useless Canadian politicians are. They see prices going up, things getting worse, and they just don't see any way out of it or any possibility to change. Well, yeah, they're stuck in capitalist realism, right? And that's the tough part. That's the tough part of everybody breaking out of their conditioning. And, I mean, the only thing that got me out of that was propaganda of the deed. So seeing that a different thing is possible was given to me by literally speaking to Huda Amori from Palestine Action all them years ago and hearing about all that stuff that they were doing. I was like, this is fucking crazy. This is amazing. You know, they're actually like making a difference. They're actually really impacting the war machine. And obviously now that they've been prescribed as terrorists, I completely understand that those were bad thoughts and I shouldn't have thought that, and I don't think that anymore. But what I do think is that they shouldn't have been prescribed as an organization. But if there really was no hope, they wouldn't be spending so much time to demoralize you. Exactly. You said something quite cute earlier, Chilavina. I miss talking to Grandad. He was 14 when World War II ended, and he loved the Soviets till he died. That must be sad. Yeah, to miss a guy like that. Yeah, never take your grandparents for granted, chat. Never take your grandparents for granted. Doesn't matter if they're a brainwashed neoliberal or anything like that. Your grandparents matter. you know. Older people know stuff. I mean, it depends. They could be fucking weirdos. I don't know. It's just how I feel about my grandparents. Did I say hi to Aslan? Hello, Aslan. Welcome in. Everybody, please go follow Aslan Silver. No one is disposable. Correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah, you gotta try and get some propaganda of the deed out there, Ninja Can, right? Can you find a local trade union that has done a strike and got what they want? Because that would be the first thing to show people, I think, in the Imperial Corps, is that strikes work and collective organizing works. My nan's 95 this year. I'm lucky to still have her with us. Absolutely, yeah, 100%. It's something that I've come around to thinking sort of in the main philosophy part of my brain, I guess, this year, is that every single second is a blessing. Every single second that we're on this earth and breathing, it's such a blessing. Life is such a blessing. I know that there's some like horrible, horrible things that happen all over the world, but I always hold on to the fact that doomerism is a privilege. It's like a super privileged position to take. It just kind of is. And we should be extremely thankful for still having the breath in our lungs, right? And we should also be very, very thankful for, you know, just the privilege that we actually have, because there are people who would do anything to have that, right? It's pretty bad over here. Latest big strike was the Canadian Postal Union last year. The biggest, most powerful union that got forced back to work through legislation. I don't know. I'm learning and trying to work more with local orgs. Yeah, it's not about... it's genuinely not about, like, you know, oh, what's the biggest thing? What's the biggest, most effective thing? Because at the end of the day, communism and the struggle against imperialism and capitalism is various different little wins all along the way, and they're cumulative, and they all have an effect. I've not watched Andor, and/or, not and/or, you know, Andor, the TV show, whatever. But there's a thing in that, apparently, where the guy says something like, every single tiny movement that we make, even if we are imprisoned or killed or whatever, it's all pushing the borders of our world that we want to build further and further out, right? It's making more and more progress. And that's what it's about. I think Marx spoke about that. I think Marx literally spoke about, yeah, it takes loads of time, and there's going to be loads of different ways that communism happens. There you go. Remember, the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere, and even the smallest act of insurrection pushes our lines forward. Correct. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Aslan, for being a bigger nerd than me. I'm losing my mind with my co-workers when they both complain that the doctor strikes work every time and they earn too much already and then refuse to unionize our workplace. Like, bro, listen to yourself. Yeah, that is mad. That is mad. That is absolutely mad. I can't believe these doctor strikes keep working. They earn so much money. Hey, that could be us, you fucking plank. So close to getting it. So close to getting it. Andor is the only Star Wars thing I've seen. Really enjoyed it. Nice. That must be pretty good. Never, ever, ever watch any other Star Wars stuff. Such a waste of time. I'm joking. You can enjoy Star Wars stuff if you like. I don't care. I watched a film this weekend. Surprisingly, movie buff djmuel decided to watch a film. I watched Dune Part 2 finally. I couldn't really enjoy Dune Part 2 because, I don't know, it felt really insane for it to come out. When did it come out? Was it 2024 or 2023? I can't remember. Dune Part 2. It was 2024. It just felt really insane for that movie to come out sort of in the middle of the genocide in Gaza. Because, I don't know, it just felt insane, right? It just felt completely insane. So I couldn't really enjoy it. I couldn't really feel like going to watch it or anything like that. So I finally watched it. It was on Amazon Prime for free. Well, not for free. I'm paying my Amazon Prime, aren't I? Which I need to stop, to be honest, because it's the boycott, isn't it? No one's perfect, chat. No one's perfect. Do as I say, not as I do. And I enjoyed it very much. I was actually really impressed with how it was. I still prefer the David Lynch version, but I would have loved to have seen a David Lynch version of Dune where he managed to do two separate films in the way that Denis Villeneuve did, because I just thought that was so good. Having the actual two-film sequel stuff to it, it was just fantastic. You mean the Alan Smithy version? What's the Alan Smithy version? Is that out there? Is there like a full cut of Dune out there? Is the David Lynch one the one with Sting? Yes. It's got Sting in it, and Toto did the music. The guys who did I Want the Rain Down in Africa. Lynch Dune has a great fan edit by Spice Diver. Apparently much better. We're all on Amazon right now watching you. Technically not. Technically not. Amazon just owns Twitch. It's not like... I mean, yeah, it technically is. It technically is, but it technically isn't. Cancelled Prime and Netflix a while ago. I don't really miss them. I cancelled a bunch of extra subscriptions that I had on Prime, and I bought myself a new DVD today. I got Jaws, the 45-year anniversary DVD edition. Very good stuff. What's the bit about milking a cat to survive whatever disease he had? That's in the book. That's not a David Lynch thing. That's in the book. The thing is the Dune books are crazy. The Dune books are absolutely insane. Hey, Mr. Dang, how you doing? Agent Cooper was also in it and seemed bizarrely miscast as Paul Atreides. I disagree. I think that Kyle MacLachlan was a great Paul Atreides. I think he was perfect. Like, look at Timothée Chalamet. He's the same. It's like a little fucking idiot boy. You know, very like sickly idiot boy. Twink lead, yeah. Sickly idiot twink. Maybe it's because I'm too used to Twin Peaks. Well, you just can't detect good acting, obviously, because I can watch Twin Peaks and David Lynch's Dune and see two different characters. Because Kyle MacLachlan's a great actor, isn't he? So, that's your problem, not mine. Sorry about that. Who else could master the Weirding Way IRL but Kyle MacLachlan? They didn't have that in Dune 2, did they? I was really excited for the Weirding Way to happen. Is that not in the book? Milking the Cat is not in the Dune book. Oh! All right, well, I've not read them, by the way. I've not read them. So, I don't know. I'm chatting rubbish. Nappers, that's me. That's me. I've added that in. Star Spangled Shitlog. The only thing I love more than cocaine is the guiding light of Allah. Frank Herbert, real. Did he actually say that? I believe he would have said it. 1000%. I could be the Dune lawkeeper of the channel. Yeah, fine. Yeah, that works for me. I stole it from a banger tweet. I've seen that banger tweet. I just didn't know if it was real. Don't know if it was actually real. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought that Zendaya is a great actor. It really made me feel bad about the drama. Did I tell you all about the drama? When I watched the film The Drama, it's got Robert Pattinson in it, and it's got Zendaya in it. And I'm not going to spoil it, but it's like, it's just really annoying. If you want to hear my thoughts on it, you can read it on my Letterboxd. I did a review of it. It's pretty extensive. But the long and short of it is that Zendaya is a great actor, and Robert Pattinson is also a great actor. And in that film, they were just really, really betrayed by the direction and the writing. The writing was so bad in the drama. I was like, this film should have ended after like the first half an hour because it's just like a non-story. It's so stupid. It's a story about how a boyfriend is a complete and utter twat. And that's the only way that I was able to watch it. I was like, this guy is a twat. It's only in the Lynch movie. In the book, they secretly poison Thufir and then feed him antidote in his food or something so that if he ever left for more than a few days, he'd die. I see. The Turkey arresting activist thing kind of backfired. The Communist Party of Turkey is banned and labeled a terrorist organization, so they're mostly hiding their membership. So when they preemptively arrested the activists, the Communist Party of Turkey marched openly with the party flags, holding hands like Fidel and Che entering Havana. I don't remember what you're talking about. Was that in my stream? Were we talking about that last week? Robert Twattinson, yes. Robert Twattinson. They were chatting about it before? Okay, I'm sorry if I forgot that, Chilavina. Let me have a little look at your user card and see when you were talking about this last time. Last week was a shit show for me, so I'm sorry about that. Turkeys. Turkeys, 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 Turkish. Can't find it. Yeah, sorry, can't find it. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm sure it was them. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I'm just having a look through. I may have not said it in this stream. Let me try and find a link to the march. I could have imagined it. Reliable narrator, Planet Mushy. Thank you very much. I mean, it's good to know it happened either way. It's good. I'm glad that Turkey arresting activists backfired. I'm always glad when arresting activists backfires. That's very good and very nice. To get started, got a bit of fun stuff to begin with, chat. For a start, here's a local councillor from Reform. We see what he's saying. Here he is. Looks like he's doing a bit of litter picking.
Going out in our communities, picking up litter. That's what good councillors do, and that's what Reform councillors do. The Green councillors are too busy tying themselves to trees or swimming in rivers. They're doing some crazy stuff, these Green councillors. We've got a councillor in Warwickshire that's a Green. I'm just going to delve into a little bit. He only showers once a week, and I have to Febreze him before he comes into the office. Or we try and hose him down, but we can't do that because it'll contaminate the water, which is a shame. We've got a nice little area over there, like a gazebo type thing, and unfortunately the kids have put graffiti all over it. And again, it's that, where are the parents? Why aren't the parents and the schools teaching our young people how to respect their areas?
That's so funny, having a go at the Green Party while you're litter picking. That's actually crazy. This is something that you could be working together with the Green Party on, but you won't because you're just like a weird, ideologically captured, Twitter-brained moron. Insane stuff. Absolutely insane stuff. Here's some funny stuff that happened. Let's have a little look at this. July the 4th, wasn't it? On Saturday. Not that anyone here cares. And America's doing some some mad stuff. We've had a look at all of the 250th celebration state fair stuff so far, and we'll have a look at some more of that in a bit. But let's have a quick look at this little clip. Yeah? Should we have a look at this? So what we've got here is some stupid fucking yank on a parachute, what do you call it? Hang glider thing. Not hang glider, it's a parachute. He's parachuting, he's doing some parachuting, skydiving stunt, and there's just like a big flag coming out of his ass. I don't understand what this is all about whatsoever. It looks like what they've got at the bottom to weigh it down is an actual, like, brass or iron Liberty Bell. Yeah? You know, like the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell, that's what it's in Philadelphia, isn't it? In Philadelphia. The Liberty Bell, that must be what that's referring to, I guess. And that's what's weighing it down. And then I guess it just gets caught in a tree. That's clearly what happens here. So it just... it just absolutely, like, catapults him. Fucking catapults him into this gazebo, man. That is just so mad. I guess they're just lucky that this has actually got, like, a bit of... it's got a bit of a frame to it, so it didn't, like, immediately collapse and smash his face into the concrete or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a soft landing like that. It's extremely lucky. Extremely lucky. Hugo had it playing on repeat in the corner of stream for hours. It is just the perfect metaphor. Perfect metaphor for the US going to war with Iran, certainly. Perfect metaphor for the empire falling apart in general. If only the algae pool was there to save them. Yes, correct. Hello, couscous, chips and fish. Yeah, you can't really, like, offend me for being British when all this is happening. Like, when this is what's going on. Like, just not gonna happen. And, you know, I wouldn't be offended by that anyway. But yeah, you can't trigger a Brit when all this is going on. You simply can't. Like, especially, like, a communist Brit. Like, it's just... I don't even think you could trigger, like... You know, one of the most patriotic Brits in the entire world. I mean, they would probably just, like, support America 100% and just, like, refuse to cover this at all. But, yeah, there's no way. Do you know what does it? Someone in the background going, yeah! It's really good. It's really good. It's this. I've never seen this. Oh my god, is Patrick naked? Can I show this? This is crazy. I don't know if I can show that. It's crazy that Nickelodeon was allowed to show this.
Let's hear it for SpongeBob!
This is from the first SpongeBob movie. That's crazy. That's crazy.
This week.
I thought it was that guy going, yeah. I mean, if it is the guy, right? If it is the guy, they could show Patrick's bare ass on Nickelodeon, but you can't on Twitch. I mean, they say that you can't show bare ass on America, right? In America, you're not allowed to do that. For certain networks, you have to blur it. I remember all the Jackass episodes where you couldn't see the bums. They had to blur it, didn't they? The crack. He's a starfish. Yeah, it's probably fine. You can't show chocolate starfish. Regular starfish should be fine. Very good. Thank you. Yes. If it is this guy, if it is the same guy in the parachute going, yeah, that's even more funny. That's genuinely even more funny. No, I don't think it is. He's too far away. You wouldn't hear it. Like, how far away is he before it? So the speed from with which it happens is crazy. Like yeah, no, he's too far away. It'd be quieter than that. It's someone in the crowd, like next to the person with the phone or something. Because you could barely hear him hit the thing. Hit the actual gazebo, but... Alright, there you go. There's a bit of that. There's a bit of that for your chat. Got a couple more lols for you before we get into the serious stuff. Let's take a look at it. So... we all know about Keir Starmer's aura posts, don't we? We all know about his aura posts. Well, someone in chat in the Discord has discovered something new about Keir Starmer and his posting activities, his posting abilities, let's say. And here he is on Instagram doing an Instagram reel on his personal...
So I've been
on his personal Instagram channel. I've been asked, what hair gel do I use?
What hair gel I use. Now, you
by?
may or may not know that for very high-level government secrets, there's a rule that the information is so sensitive that it can't be released for 30 years. So I'm going to have to come back to this one in some time. Or I could just say that the hair gel I use is... So I've been asked...
Oh, it's funny that, isn't it? Yeah, he said children's tears. That's what it is. Bleeped it out, so it must be cum. That's true. Bankers cum. Yeah, it could be cum. Probably cum, isn't it? Probably cum. Hello, Krill. His hair gel is Wanker by L'Oreal. There you go. And it would be L'Oreal, wouldn't it? Because they're on the BDS list. There you go. My first thought was cum. Why are we all like this? You know why. Because you're in this guy's stream. That's why that is. I sent the link before I watched all of it. It's a great video since it shows how the police treats communists. It ends with a single shot of a lib protesters treated, let's just say differently. Thank you, Chilavina. We'll have a look at that in a bit. There you go. There's a little bit of a laugh for you, chat. We're going to continue in the vein of good and fun stuff with some good news. And we are going to start with this incredibly good news. This came out, I think, last Thursday or last Wednesday. I just missed talking about it. And you can see that the first person in this video is me. That's me there, obviously, with my glasses on and a bit of a bigger belly than what I normally have. Although you could, no, I'm not that chubby anymore. I think there was a point in time where I had that kind of a gut. But let's have a look at this. This is the Minnesota 15 indicted by the federal government for their work against ICE, leaving the federal courthouse in downtown Minneapolis after their first appearances and are joined by supporters waiting outside. Why is it good news? Well, it's just good that they have this much support, right? It is good that they have this much support. So, you know...
Make some noise!
Yeah, there's no way that I'd be wearing a shirt and tie. Yeah, exactly. So, that is the... I guess what I wanted to highlight when looking at this is the federal indictment on these activists for anti-ICE work. But of course, we know how that went down in Texas with the Prairie Land anti-fascists getting more than 100 years in prison in some cases, or I think collectively it was more than 100 years in prison, some for just carrying a box of zines. And I don't think that they were prosecuted at the federal level. They were prosecuted at the state level. Or were they prosecuted at the federal level? I don't know. I could be wrong. I thought that they were prosecuted at the state level. We'll have to obviously see how federal judges deal with this compared to state judges, if that is the difference between these people being prosecuted and the people in Texas. But I thought it was interesting nonetheless. What else do we got here? Some more interesting American news. On July the 4th, 2026, Democratic Socialists of America passed 120,000 members, making us the largest socialist organization in United States history, surpassing the Socialist Party of America under Eugene Debs, which reached its peak dues-paying membership in 1912. Of course, you know how I feel generally about the DSA and engaging in electoral politics and stuff like that. But there is a lot more to the DSA than just endorsing candidates in electoral politics. They do a lot of stuff in terms of working with organizations all over the United States, including tenant unions and all this kind of business. It gets more and more interesting the more and more that you learn about the DSA, and the more and more that you think about the realities of what we can expect for communism and how it forms and how the proletariat organizes in the very heart of capitalism within the United States, right? In that, you know, if this is the leftist that it gets at the moment, then that's pretty good. 120,000 members is pretty fucking decent. You know, dues paying members is pretty startling. That's I think half as many people who are members of the Green Party in the UK. And of course, the Green Party is more palatable to the general public because the Green Party is a electoral politics, you know, openly liberal electoral politics organization, party, right? So, very interesting stuff. I think that this is good news. Hello, Vord. Welcome in. Brett shared this the other day. Data for progress. Americans are most pessimistic about the future, but which actors do they think are having the worst impact on the economy and society? Voters find the most harmful actors to be 1. Billionaires. 2. Corporate landlords. 3. Sports gambling. 4. Artificial intelligence. And 5. Cryptocurrency. Now that's just the top 5 that Data for Progress has noted here. But let's have a look at the rest of them, right? Let's have a look at the rest of them. Let's see what else is in this list. So, after cryptocurrency companies, payday loan companies, the Republican Party, social media companies, the Democratic Party, for-profit universities, cable news networks, pharmaceutical companies, large corporations, buy now, pay later, that's basically a payday loan company, Klarna and Afterpay, health insurance companies, large multinational banks, oil and gas companies, private utility companies, short-term rental platforms like Airbnb, VRBO, etc., electric vehicle companies, and then this is where I think it starts to get a bit insane, right? I think on this side, it starts to get a little bit insane. I think the electric vehicle companies is where it started to go a bit crazy out here. But, you know, who's the biggest electric vehicle company in the States? It's Tesla, right? So people are going to think about that. But, you know, these, if we're talking about it being ranked, right, how would you rate the impact of each of the following groups on the US economy? Things like jobs, prices, economic growth. How would you rate the impact of them on community well-being and social trust? So, scale of 1 to 7, where 1 means extremely negative, 4 means no impact or neutral, and 7 means an extremely positive impact. So, 39 and 40. So, what you have to look at here... Oh, what I've just noticed is that, yeah, this is, like, sort of ranked... I think it's ranked in... Right, so when it gets to this sort of, like, section here, what are we at? 20? Okay, so this is where it starts to, like... People are like, oh, it doesn't really make a difference. That's electric vehicle companies. So these aren't, like, terrible things. When it spills over into 21 to 40... It actually says, oh no, these are good things. Now, that does include, as Sir Goosebumps is saying, police agencies, which is not ideal, and home surveillance companies, and gig economy platforms. You have got other good stuff, like schools, labor unions, public universities, renewable energy companies. Mom and pop landlords is crazy. People are just... You know, this is America, obviously, but, you know, that's why you're gonna get stuff like this. Big box retailers, is that like Target and stuff? I mean, again, this is America brain. That like, I need to be able to shop at Target because there's nothing else in my little podunk small town in the middle of Pennsylvania, right? That's why they're saying big box retailers, because they just don't have mom and pop stores anymore, or whatever you want to call it, small businesses. Large grocery companies, so same stuff. Online shopping platforms, public K-12, churches. This is where it starts to be things that are good. So you've obviously got churches, hospitals, charitable organizations, small regional banks and credit unions, libraries and small businesses. There you go. So, yeah. Most people across the United States, let's have a look here. 1,182 US likely voters between June the 12th and 16th, 2026. The 8 categories were split across 2 surveys, and each category was asked to 1/4 of the sample on 1 survey. So it'd be good to know, like, where these people live, you know, which areas they were talking about this stuff in, you know. But aren't we all just actually jealous of the landlords and the billionaires? They keep paying people to go on TV and Facebook to say that. They do that, don't they? They do say... that we are just jealous, and that's what it is. And I'm inclined to agree. I am jealous of not ever having to worry about paying bills for the rest of my life. I am jealous about being able to own at least a home for the rest of my life. I am jealous of being able to afford things in life that everyone should be able to afford. I think that we need to start saying, yes, we are jealous of those bits of people who are rich, but the rest of it, you don't need the rest of that money, so that's the end of that, isn't it? Right? Slick Stuck, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the 25 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Alright, so some more interesting and good news there. What do we got here? This is really good news for Denims, who has won her lawsuit against Ethan Klein. Let's fucking go. Have a little look at this video. Oh, Val, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Size of that fucking cigar is ridiculous. It can't be real. It is real. Yeah, the purple fit is great.
Oh, hey there. It's your old friend, Denims. I have a lot to catch you up on, but before that, a quick message for Ethan.
Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. Fat L's, cringe, you lose, I win.
Before we start, let me bring in our honored guest. You might have previously known him as the Fair Use King. And let me just
Yeah, Denims and Hassan are becoming suit people. We're all gonna have to become suit people. Listen, the DJ Mule guarantee stays in place, chat. I will never be a suit person, okay? I will never be a suit person. It's not gonna happen. I already look at oil stock prices. That's enough for me.
There we go, much better. At least he's still the king of something. Now, I'd like to announce as of July 1st, 2026, after almost exactly a year, I have won my lawsuit against Ethan Klein and saved React content on the internet for everyone.
Yay!
For anyone that doesn't know, last January, I did a stream where I reacted to Ethan's content new Kassan Piker, and even though I more than doubled the runtime, he still sued me for it. My reaction stream had more commentary than literally anyone else who reacted to the content nuke, and most of my reaction was critical of the political message in the video. If Ethan had won, or if he wins on appeal, make no mistake, every single React streamer on the internet is completely and totally boned. But Denims, it's different because my favorite internet lawyer said that you wanted to maliciously steal his video. I think now is...
Isn't that like the Thailand pedo guy, sex tourism guy, that was saying that? That's who that was, wasn't it? It was the guy who was like, you should just go to Thailand because it doesn't matter because the girls there will do whatever you want and they can be 14, 15. He was saying shit like that, wasn't he? Is that the same guy? What is his name? I can't remember his name. His name is something like... Oh my god. It was on the screen 2 seconds ago. No, it wasn't. The name is not there. I don't know what the guy's name is. Hey, Beanie Gaby. Is it Legal Mindset? Yeah. It's that guy. Yeah. Hey, Beanie Gaby. Loodor Expo Marker says, I don't think he was. He was doing that. He does say that.
I think now is a good time to finally dispel this talking point.
Low Odor Expo Marker. Sorry.
I did not say or do anything to try and deprive Ethan of revenue. There are lots of different versions of this claim, like that I told people to not watch his stream or to watch my stream instead of his, or that I advertised my stream as like a place to watch the nuke, or that I told anyone else to do any of those things. But none of that happened. And yet a bunch of people became convinced that I would lose my lawsuit because of this. Like, a lot.
Oh yeah, that's him. There he is. Legal Mindset. Denims is not only going to lose her lawsuit in epic fashion, but just kick the literal hornet's nest by attacking VTubers as a whole, including many that are holding and deserving of the slurs she slings against them. What the fuck are you talking about? VTuber fans are about to launch the 9th crusade for their Oshi. You could tell that this guy's a pedophile. Like, I'm sorry, but like, no normal people speak like this. This is just completely fucking mental. Who is she talking about? Who is he talking about? VTuber the Denims had to go about. What the fuck is that? Here we go. Here's that one guy. That one fucking hate guy. A Hassan hate watcher guy. Who is this? Wait, what? Denims exposes that Frogan is going to settle the same way that Casey did. Anyone taking bets on whether Denims makes it to a trial day? Okay. She's doing the victory lap. Good for her. Good for that. Yeah, how's the lawsuit going? Very well, actually. Oh my god. Chat, this woman is supposed to be like a lefty. The girl with the microphone lady, she was like hired by the Democrats to do like, you know, progressive. It was that progressive Destiny pack, whatever the fuck it's called. Progressive Alliance for the Democrats and shit. And she's supposed to what? Like, I don't know. Her still not realizing the court of public opinion equals actual court, and that's like nothing to do. I don't think Denims has ever done that. You know, anyway.
She's cooked. I mean, I'm not. I now move my percentage for Denims losing above 90%.
This is great. I love this.
Like, this is not going to be good.
I saw that some people are getting sued for reactions. It's people that like maliciously react. Like they react to people they hate and they're like, watch me so that they don't get any views. Like, yeah, you can't do that.
That's crazy. I'm so surprised that one streamer had like an insane opinion on this. Who is that one lady? I can't remember her fucking name, but like everyone was saying like, oh, she has like such a bad opinion on Palestine or something. And I'm like, that's not a surprise. Imiru, yeah, that's her. Right? Like that was going around like at some point last year. It was like, oh, Imiru was so bad on Palestine or like bad on XYZ comment. And I'm like, she's a React tuber. Like, hey, Bramblebarks. Yeah, close with Asmund. I think that she's an Asmund bestie. Yeah, I do think that that's true.
You cannot go out there and use your content in your platform.
She does a podcast with the Roach. That's insane. Or she did? Okay. If she did, that's better. I imagine it's probably that she did.
As a replacement for what they're doing and say you're doing that and advertise that you're doing that.
It's like, I think whatever happens with this lawsuit, I don't know what the fuck will even
chat.
as a result of this, but
oh, chat, my fucking...
She's losing.
My protein shake is fucked.
Desperation. Like all those videos of like small animals getting eaten by snakes and shit. Sort of primal shit of like a...
What the fuck is this? Who... Is this Onison? Onision? These fucking weirdo like videos of like going down these slides and shit. I remember this shit from like 10 years ago. How are people still doing this? Is that what it is? Counter-Strike surfing? Is that what they call it? Leafy is what I was thinking, not fucking Onision. Same shit, right? I don't know. Is that who this is? Is this Leafy is here? So many of them, and they've all had bad takes. Yeah, like literally, a combination of the worst people that you know. Compilation of the worst people that you know. Emiru's audience is Asmol Gooners. She had the goal to say Israel might not be very nice to Palestinians. Right, I see. Yeah, Leafy is crazy. Hello, Devin. How you doing? He's the one who used the Tetra avatar. I don't know what that is. But everybody go follow What's Left After. Another great lefty streamer here on the platform.
Human being in that scenario, Denims does deserve it, so maybe it is worth watching.
About that lawsuit, honestly, I feel like they're already fucked, right? And
you can see how they all just like watched each other's content and just repeated it, right? They just repeated what each other was saying. That's all that happened. None of these guys have any of their own opinions. And that doesn't matter, right? That doesn't matter too much. Yeah, because I am against individualist neoliberalism. As you all know, it's not what I'm up for. I don't like it. But I do think that it exposes how much they don't actually believe in themselves or their ideology, and that they just like take their opinion from... They're just NPCs, right? They just say whatever and that's it. Whatever is the current thing. Hello, Sorka, how are you doing? The slop farmers farmed slop. That's what they're doing. That's what they're literally doing. You know, it doesn't matter as much when us commies do it. Like, you know, if I was to watch a Hugo stream and say, I heard Hugo have a take, and I thought it was really good because I agree with Hugo and he's a base communist, and that makes sense, and that makes sense from my interpretation of understanding what Marx and Lenin and Stalin and everybody said, Fidel, about communism, Ho Chi Minh, you know. So I agree. Right? It doesn't really matter because we're socialists and we understand that like sharing ideas is good, you know? But the fact that they're doing it, it's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Whereas the King grifted, they just take from that, yeah. Say people that freaked out over news anchors reading from a collective script. Did they? That's crazy.
we cook no matter what. Denims raised 15K for Ethan. That's nice of her to do that.
That's nice for her to do that.
There has to be some kind of like conspiracy with the H3 snark mods, but I've never communicated with any of them in any way. So what exactly?
I'll tell you one thing that I don't... Now listen, chat, I'm not like a drama streamer, so I don't really like... I haven't covered any of this stuff. I haven't been bothered about it, but Ethan Klein is a horrible person, and it's good to see him suffer, right? So that's why I wanted to just like have a look at this. It's a bit of good news. It's fun. It's interesting, yeah. And I would say that I am like kind of on the periphery of this stuff. I've like looked at it a bit, and I've you know, I understand it as much as like a British guy who isn't really that keen on American streamer drama could understand it. And so there are some things in this that I don't understand. The thing that I don't understand about what's happening so far, and all of it, to be honest, is this like snark mods. I don't know what any of that means, and I don't think I ever want to, right? I don't think I ever want to know what a H3 snark mod is. H3 snark is something that I just can't comprehend. It's just slop. That's what I mean. It just feels like slop. I don't know what any of that is. That's the kind of thing that Ethan does, right? Because he used to do that in his stuff. It's former and fallen fans who dedicate themselves to hate watching. Okay, that's fair enough. So they're being snarky about Ethan. Right, I'm with you. Okay, well that's fine. It's the name of the subreddit, so they're being snarky about him on the subreddit. I see. Stare into the slop abyss long enough and it stares back. Yeah, well. Hey, Atomic, welcome in.
Did I say that proves this malicious intent and involvement in this conspiracy? Well, here
it is justified in Ethan's case.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here. Compelling, right? Here's the thing. I don't care how many views Ethan's video gets. It's just not something that's ever crossed my mind. So in that first clip, when I read that chat message, I answer their question and move on. I hope you guys don't mind me not lambasting that chatter. The second clip is so plainly out of context that I don't really know what to think of it, especially considering that they also tried to use it in the filing. Let me play the full thing for you. Yeah, this is another thing. Don't go bother Hassan while he's in fucking Japan having a good time. Don't bother him about this stupid garbage. Like,
Wait, what is this? Okay, Denims' full statement reveals that TAI's attempt at deception. TAI claims Denims will siphon views away from the nuke to herself by telling a chatter, if you want to enjoy it, come enjoy the watch party someone else. Right, okay. This is so insane that all of this was in court, by the way. I have to say, chat, it's completely brain rotted that all of this is in court. And it just goes to show how much your brain rots because of Zionism. You know? And I do think that it is like, there is something to be said about things like, I've always said that Zionism is really adjacent to turfism, right? Because it is genuinely, you know, it's a mindset which is like, I am allowed to, you're saying with this mindset that you are allowed to treat a certain marginalized individual, group of people as badly as you possibly can because you believe that the existence of them is some kind of an affront to liberal, you know, standards, right? Do you know what I mean? You are saying like, oh, okay, trans people are a valid target because they're an affront to feminism, right? They're doing woman face and all this kind of stuff. And in the same way that Zionism is like, you know, Palestinians are an affront to the idea of Israel because Palestine isn't a state, it doesn't exist, etc. You're being anti-Semitic and you want to kill all Jews, right? Zionism and fascism breed cop mindsets. Well, I mean, liberalism does too, I would say. It turns you into a conspiracy brain. Everyone is out to get me because of a conspiracy thing. It's kind of that, yeah. It's very similar. Very, very similar. Was it actually named Content Nuke? Yes, it was. Like, Ethan Klein called his big video on Hassan Piker the Content Nuke. We're going to destroy Hassan Piker with the content nuke. Which is just crazy. But I don't think he's the first person to have done that, right? Because all these weird drama freaks, they all do that all the time, right? They say, like, this is the content nuke. We're gonna look at all of his content and it's gonna destroy him. And it's like, this never works, man. It never works. I was a small creator when all the debate perverts descended upon me. They had like hundreds of thousands of viewers and supporters and all this stuff from across the spectrum of like liberal, center-right, centrists to fascists, all descending upon my content, having a go at me and shit like that. And I'm literally still making content, right? I'm still doing it. I'm still here. I'm making money from it. I'm making a living from it. So it never works. If it's not going to work against me, it's certainly not going to work against Hassan or even someone like Denims or anything like that. It's just bizarre, right? It's such a bizarre thing to be like, content nuke. It's like, that's just not going to happen, dog. The immutable mule. Many people are saying this, yeah. Hello, RTE Clearance. How you doing? Liberalism does it as well. Fascism and Zionism are ratchets upwards in that regard. Yes. H3 did content nukes during his non-podcast heyday. Yes, correct. Well, he's used to having lol cows who he would be like, yeah, I'm like these people, I'm going to destroy their careers and stuff. But it never even worked like that for him anyway, because when he did, I guess, piss take videos about, for example, DJ Khaled, and now we know why he did that, because DJ Khaled is a Palestinian, right? So why did he do so much anti-DJ Khaled stuff? Well, it's because Ethan Klein is an evil piece of shit fucking Zionist, right? And on top of that, there was also the Rebecca Black thing, right? Was it Rebecca Black or it was, I can't remember, was it her producer? I think her producer was some kind of a weird pedo or something. And even that didn't work. Patrice was the guy's name. Yeah. Yeah, the producer of Rebecca Black. Whatever that guy's name was, I don't think it even stopped him from doing anything. Even though he does have major pedo vibes, right? It didn't work. It just never worked. DJ Khaled, it never worked. He's still doing stuff. He's still getting about. He's got money, whatever, right? And same for this Patrice Wilson guy. I don't think it was a fair characterization of the guy. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right? I wouldn't be surprised if I went back and watched all that stuff and was like, oh no, Ethan Klein is just actually being racist because the guy's black. He accused them of that. The whole thing was making music videos for rich kids and it did seemingly ruin their life. Yeah. It was super racist. Yeah. Yeah. I reckon so. Without an enemy, H3 doesn't have much going on. That's it, right? That's it. I forgot who said that. One of the Yugo commies. We are not left or right. The way of communism is straight as an arrow. Can't lose a debate when you're always consistent. Correct. Completely correct.
I think it's bad enough to like lose a friend, especially someone where someone you really tried to like make a better person. The last thing I would want while I'm vacationing in Japan is to be fucking linked 100 times some video from a deranged ex of mine, right? If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. I don't think that needs any further explanation. The last clip is me shilling at the end of my stream. So, after I had just spent the past 4 hours tearing this video apart, what can I say? I thought the video was bad.
Yeah, the cat is really cute.
Video is just not something I had thought about at all. If you want to argue about it, the viewership of my stream is totally insignificant compared to his. And nobody that listened to me criticize him for 4 hours was going to watch his video anyways, because it's a completely different experience. And I mean, that is literally what the court found. So all of that to say, there isn't anything uniquely special.
RT Clearance, thank you for the 65 consecutive streams watched.
About this case, technically between you and me, even if there was, intent doesn't actually matter when it comes to analyzing whether or not something is fair use. So yeah, Ethan posted this IG story saying that he would be proceeding with an appeal. And as I've stated from the very beginning, I will be fighting this lawsuit to the end.
So he's going to appeal it? Oh man, that's crazy. He's such a fucking loser, bro. Why can't you just take this L, dog? That is absolutely mad. Take the L. Addicted to getting owned. Does appear to be the case. Why? Whatever, man. Why am I trying to figure out how his brain works? I'm not going to do that. How does he have the money to keep pursuing this? It's all of his YouTube past, right? It's his YouTube past. Yeah, imagine him taking the L with some dignity. Imagine having nothing better to do. Yeah, I feel sorry for his kids. Yeah, I mean, look, like the way that I see the kids thing is that, like, you know, if he just spends his life, if he spends his work hours just like doing all this stuff, and then he does go home and be a dad to his kids, great, that's fine, whatever, man. But you just know it's gonna be insane for him to try and explain this to his kids when they get to an age where they can understand what's actually happening. You know, because they'll be on the internet. If they're in the USA, they'll be on the internet. There's no social media bans for kids, right? And they'll be like, "Oh, Dad, I heard someone say this about you on the internet." Like, how is he gonna explain that to his kids? How's that gonna go down? Well, you see, Daddy, you know, was harassed and persecuted online for defending the great state of Israel. Let alone their friends finding it. Well, yeah, that as well, right? Because you're gonna get fucking bullied at school if your dad's Ethan Klein. I think that's probably a given, right? You are getting bullied at school if your dad is Ethan Klein. He must have to, like, send his kids to, like, a proper rich school so that, like, they don't come across the pores, so that stuff doesn't happen, right? These kids are all homeschooled now. That's true. They're gonna be homeschooling him. Oh no. Whatever. This appeal makes no sense because he was actually on the grounds that he didn't produce any kind of actual argument. And if he won, it would just send the whole process back to square one and him likely presenting the exact same argument. Well, yeah, that's the thing about an appeal, right? An appeal is not necessarily to say, "Oh, no, I want another go at this." An appeal is basically, it is kind of saying that, but it is actually just saying, I think there was something wrong with the process. So, what was wrong with the process that he didn't like? Does he think that the judge informed the lawyers wrong? Does he think that the lawyers had a bad argument? You know? I'm so glad my dad's just an alcoholic and not a YouTuber. Yeah. Yeah, for real. A much better, but also bad, but also better than that. You know, could be worse, but at least it's not, you know, it's not worse. Yeah, just nuts stuff. Absolutely nuts stuff that he's appealing it.
I could not have gotten this far without all of your support. And to be honest with you guys, it has been kind of expensive. So
they're saying the judge was woke, a woman, bribed by Denims, anti-Semitic. They can't be saying all of those things. Hang on a minute. Here's what he's saying. We lost the Denims case, but we are appealing. According to the judge, you can react to any piece of copyrighted work in its entirety immediately upon release, as long as you pause occasionally. You can even explicitly state your intention is to steal money and drive it from the original source. That's not what happened. This judgment is also in total contradiction to the other judge's ruling in the same district regarding the snark mods. Oh my god, it's so brain rotted. I'm extremely confident this will be overruled by the appellate courts. We will be proceeding with the appeal immediately. It's probably not, right? It's probably not. It's probably not gonna get overruled by the appellate courts. It's probably gonna be like, no, there's nothing wrong with this. You're a fucking weirdo. Piss off. Thank God my dad is a Republican chud and not a social media personality. Yeah, even that is better, right? Even that is better. Asmund said them one after another in one clip. Get me the clip. I need to see it. Yeah, that's right. The judge was woke, a woman, bribed by Denims, probably anti-Semitic. Probably. That's how these things go, you know? The Democrats, they're filling the courts with these woke judges. Yeah, that's crazy. This is crazy.
Guys, it has been kind of expensive. So from the bottom of my heart, if you would like to help me fight this appeal to defend React content on the internet, please go to ethankleinlive.com and donate $5, $10, $20, really any amount that you're able to. Thank you again to everyone who has supported me and believed in me. And as I
My mum's first post on Facebook was, a big Frankfurter. And it was just me and my sisters screaming, get off the fucking internet in the comments. Classic. That's classic stuff.
said before, I look forward to beating Ethan Klein in court. Besides that, I stream on Twitch Thursday through Sunday at 7 a.m. PST. I also might be doing a mass unban. So if you are one of the morons that told me I was going to lose my lawsuit, you owe me an apology. Come say hi. All right. Bye.
So there you go. Bit of good news. Bit of good news. Will Ethan be ever able to take the L? That's the question. We already know the answer to it, don't we? That is no. I wonder if the appeal will count towards the 7 lawsuits he needs to lose to be banned from them. To be banned from being able to make lawsuit. If you lose 7 lawsuits in a row, you get banned from being able to make lawsuits. Is that what that means? That's wild. Well. Anti-slap laws in California. I see. Yes, correct. Correct. Yes, I know what you're saying. Gotta go. Be back with the clip soon. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Chat, listen, I've been live for about an hour and a half, and I normally would do a shout out about this kind of a thing after the first hour. So you've got an extra half an hour of me chatting rubbish and talking about this and reacting to this stuff. So just think about that. I have a tip goal, which you can see at the bottom of the screen. It's beneath the sub goal. And I would like to hit that every single day. And you can help me hit it by paying money towards it. And you can pay money towards it by hitting the streamlabs.com/djmuel/tip link in the chat and donating any amount of money that you would like. You could even donate more than what the tip link, the tip goal is. But that's up to you, because I would only ask you to donate £5. Hundreds of people pass through the stream every single day. Sometimes it can be 400, sometimes it can be 900. It just depends on if we've had a big raid or whatever. But generally speaking, about 400 people pass through the stream every single day. And I am only asking for 11 of you to donate £5 each. That means that we will hit the daily dono goal very, very easy. So please consider doing that. 22 of you could also donate £2.50 each, and we would also hit the stream. Hit the goal, and I'm hoping that the maths adds up there, because I just kind of very quickly decided on that number, and I'm not sure if it's real. So I hope I'm right about that. 22 times £2.50 seems about right for £55. I don't know. We're gonna get to £55. That's the end of the call to action. If you can't afford to do it, don't worry. Head over to the promo go live tweets. In fact, no, don't do that, because I've not set those up. I didn't set those up at the start of the stream. I forgot to do it. I've been forgetting to do that a little bit. Sorry about that. Just give me a tiny minute. I'll be right with you. I will be right with you. Oh! Devin, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you very much. How do I get it? How do I get it? How do I get the recent events, right? What did it say? Something parentheses? colon parentheses. It was just a little smiley face. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. We just need another, what is it, 42? 42. So that would be like eight people donating £6 each, yeah? Is that right? No, it isn't. 7 people donating £6 each. Yes, it is that. 7 people donating £6 each. Oh, we got Planet Mushy with the £10. Let's go!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass.
Taking us to £18. Thank you very much, Planet Mushy. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, Weirdo of Oz and Painful Gaming. How are you doing, Anya? It's good to see you. Krill with the £5. Let's go. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Oh my god, we've hit £23 already in the stream. That's amazing. If we hit another £5, we will be able to turn on Melpo Cam, but I cannot guarantee he'll be here. Currently, he isn't. He's in the other room, and I don't know why that is. Probably because it's cooler in there. I don't know. It feels like it's cooler in here, but whatever. Whatever's clever, Trevor. I don't care. But thank you so much, everybody who's donated so far. Really appreciate it. This is what happens when we all come together. Yeah, it's called communism. This is how it works. Communism is when you all come together and donate to make my stream dono goal. That's how that works. Right, let me do the promo posts so I can finish the call to action. Right, okay, you can either give me money or what you can do is you can retweet, repost, comment on the Go Live posts, the Go Live post, the Go Live Blue Sky post, or tweet on Twitter, whichever you like. You can retweet those, repost those, and that will advertise the stream to more people, and that means that more people will come in and maybe have more money and give me more money, and that's how that works. That's how you actually get more money and more eyes on the stream without having to pay any money at all. Or you could go to my YouTube channels. I got a new YouTube video out on the second channel that is posted in the chat right now, which is the Mule Twitch Edits Stream Clips channel. You can go and have a look at that. That's a clip from last week. And you can like and comment and subscribe on that and advertise the stream to people there. In that way, that's how you can do those things. I've said a lot of words. It's now time for me to say more, but maybe listen to some different bits of news. Am I going to make a video about the Denims stuff? I could probably make a cheeky little video about the Denims stuff. I could probably do that. What do you think, chat? Do you think I should do a little Twitch clip of me talking about the Denims stuff? That stuff gets views, doesn't it? When you talk about stuff like that. I had a take on it. I had a little bit of a take on it. What do you think? You lot watch that stuff as well. People love the slop, correct. People do love the slop. Why not? I think why not is a good argument for all of it. The whims of the Melpo are not for us mortals to understand. That's so true. Would watch. Thank you, Mushy. That means that you'd watch it twice because you've watched it here on the stream and then you'll watch it again on the Twitch Clips channel, which is crazy. That's a great title, Star Spangled Chitlog. Thank you very much. Denims is finished with her legal troubles because she won. Yes. That's great. Okay. All right. I'll do it. It's happening. Clipped. That has clipped. Yeah, a true fan. Only true fans behave like this. It's taking fucking ages. Has it actually clipped? Has it actually worked? I think it just takes ages to do. I've got the replay buffer on. It should be I pressed the hotkey. It should be working. What happens if I click this button? Do I just like click this button instead? I think it just lags. OBS is just like not that powerful in terms of being able to do these things. You know, it's currently streaming, it's also recording, and now I'm trying to get it to do a secret third thing, and it's just like, I don't know about that, bro. This is a bit embarrassing. Let me have a look at my settings and see if my hotkeys actually working. Oh, it's working. Wait. Oh, it's doing it. Okay, great. It's working. It's working. It's worked. Okay, we'll have a clip about that. Okay. Right, chat. It's now time to get into the news. Now that we've done that, now that we've had that embarrassing break, little mini break where I didn't know what I was doing. We're going to do a little bit of a Swana region update. There's been a bunch of stuff that's happened in the Southwest Asia, North Africa region over the last couple of days, including this from Yemen. And this is an Al Jazeera report. Of course, Al Jazeera supports Saudi Arabia because it is Qatari state media. And I don't think necessarily has a good opinion on Ansarullah as a result of the diplomacy it has with Saudi Arabia. And we are going to be taking a bit of a look at what Ansarullah have done last week or over the weekend regarding Saudi Arabia's continued blockade of, I think it might be Sana'a, but it could be a different city. I don't know. They generally have a blockade in Yemen and, of course, have been attempting to genocide the Yemeni people for a long time. And there is a bit of an interesting puppet government thing attempting to be done by Saudi Arabia in Yemen. But this happened over the weekend. And let's take a little look at this report from Al Jazeera.
Tension is high along Yemen's western coast, where there's been fighting between soldiers from the internationally recognized government and Ansarullah Houthis. Authorities say that after years of relative calm, the Iranian-backed Ansarullah group is aiming to advance south to areas outside its control.
So again, here the way that they presented this, right? The way that they presented this was the internationally recognized government, which I don't think is true. I don't think that everyone in the world recognizes the illegitimate government of Yemen. And of course, you know, the way that the resistance group was described was Ansarullah Houthis, you know. So, you know, in a bit of a derogatory way, but a way that the West understands it as well. So, yeah, it's always interesting to just, like, pay attention to these little bits and pieces to make you understand the propaganda, right?
Positions controlled by the UN-recognized administration have come...
UN-recognized administration.
Hama. Yemen's Minister of State says that dozens of government troops and members of the Ansarullah group were killed in confrontations there, and that government forces are holding on to their areas. 15 government soldiers were killed in battles in the southern part of Hodeidah province. Ansarullah Houthis rebels control most of that province and have been undertaking a military build-up in recent weeks. The government says that 50 of them were killed and dozens more wounded in some of the latest fighting near the city of Taiz. Meanwhile, protesters have poured onto the streets of the capital Sana'a, staging a rally near the city's main airport. They're demanding the full withdrawal of a blockade on the facility enforced by the Saudi-led coalition and the return of international flights. Let's take you live now to Sana'a. Al Jazeera's Yusuf Mauri is live for us in the Yemeni capital. Yusuf, how intense are these clashes?
Well, as you mentioned, it's been relatively quiet over the past couple of years. These are surprising attacks, as the government officials describe them, that occurred in the dawn hours and lasted for several hours. One government official describes it as the deadliest attack to have taken place in years. It's an indication
how you doing?
The ceasefire remains between Yemeni government and the Ansarullah Houthi group, who control the majority of the southern province.
The internationally recognized Yemeni government in 2026 is a little bit like saying the real Chinese government in reference to Taipei in the 1960s. Eventually, you got to accept reality. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Yui, how you doing? They spelled his last name wrong. I think it's Mehri to Maori. Oh, right. Yeah, they spelled it like M-A-W-R-Y or whatever. Yusuf Maori. Maybe that's like an anglicized version that they do for Al Jazeera. I don't know.
of how fragile this ceasefire remains between Yemeni government and the Ansarullah Houthi group, who control the majority of the southern province of Hodeidah. These are very critical front lines. This area where the clashes are taking place in the district of Hais in southern Hodeidah, it sits on the road. It's a district that sits on the road of that link between three critical provinces, including the province of Hodeidah, the province of Ta'ez, and the province of Ib. Three provinces that the Ansarullah Houthis and government forces have been fighting for since 2015. And now we're seeing that the seeds of civil war that were planted back in 2015 are beginning to sprout. And now you have both sides trying to gain.
The seeds of civil war that were planted in 2015 are beginning to sprout. That's just a crazy way to frame it, bro.
More territory, especially in the western coastal front of Hodeidah. Whoever controls Hodeidah, or whoever controls the majority of Hodeidah, they have access to the Red Sea. Under the Ansarullah Houthis' control, they've been successfully able to target cargo ships since 2023, since October of 2023. They've attacked.
Yeah, I wonder what happened in October 2023, bro. Why did that happen?
228 vessels that they say is linked to the U.S. and linked to Israel. One of those vessels, or one of those cargo ships,
800 Biden's bathroom
seized back.
Yeah, I think the seeds predate 2015. Yeah, this is what I mean. Completely insane framing of all of this. Like, oh, the seeds of civil war planted in 2015. What do you mean, bro? Like, it's just say anything, isn't it? Just say whatever you want. Who cares? Oh yeah, it was new seeds. Yeah, you see, there you go. There's the difference, actually. The difference is it was new seeds. You had to consider the new seeds. They planted seeds previously, they didn't sprout. New ones that were planted. Hey Johnny, how are you doing? Welcome in.
In 2023, and it remains under the capture of the Ansarullah Houthi. So you can get an indication or an idea why so much clashes are taking place now in this part of Yemen. It's basically whoever controls it has the upper hand. Whoever controls it controls access to the Red Sea, and whoever controls the southern part of Hodeidah, ultimately they controls what goes in and out of the Yemen through the port of Hodeidah and through the port of Al-Mukha, which is the only port in that region that is under the control of the UN recognized Yemeni government.
Has there been any attempt?
Just always saying UN recognized Yemeni government. It's just anything like that you hear in a news program chat. You've got to find out why they say that, right? This is what I try and encourage everybody to do all the time. Listen to the news and you hear the way that they say things. You have to question it. When you hear something like that, he who controls Hodeidah controls the spice. Exactly.
Yusuf, to restart the talks.
Hamas-run health ministry
and Ansarullah.
UN recognized Yemeni government. Ansarullah Houthi rebels.
No talks. It's basically just a ceasefire that was announced since 2022. That ceasefire is now in jeopardy because
the police say
latest tensions.
Israel says
when the Iranian flight attempted or successfully landed in the Sana'a International Airport. You were showing footage earlier of the protest that took place at Sana'a International Airport, where basically Yemenis, they want to break this Saudi US-backed siege on Yemen's
what is this footage that they keep playing? It's like drone footage of like a
international airport,
like sped up drone footage of a protest or something that's happening. It's just like
it has been suspended since Israel attacked it.
Thank you for the 90 consecutive streams watched.
They managed to
Johnny,
destroy the
appreciate
airport.
that.
And not only that, but they also destroyed all of the Yemeni airlines. And now Iran attempted to break that siege. Saudi Arabia sent in a couple of fighter jets to try to intercept and divert the Iranian plane from landing at Sana'a International Airport. Of course, that attempt failed, and the Iranian flight managed to land at Sana'a International Airport. And now this is why we're seeing the clashes. Again, it's an indication of how fragile the ceasefire is, a ceasefire that has lasted since 2022. If that ceasefire is no longer is no longer in effect, we could very well see Saudi Arabia begin launching military operations, and we could very well see the Yemeni Ansarullah Houthi group advancing further and advancing to try to capture areas that are under the control of the internationally recognized Yemeni government.
So, what does that actually mean in reality? Well, what it means is that of the resistance factions that are anti-Israel, anti-US, anti-Gulf coalition states, you have Hezbollah, Al-Qassam, and you also have, you know, Iran, and you've got Ansarullah, yeah? I said Hezbollah, right? Hezbollah, Ansarullah. You've also got Islamic resistance in Iraq. And the US is currently building up its troops in the region. 600,000 US troops in the region. US military personnel, at least. Maybe not troops, but military personnel. They're gearing up for an invasion at some point. We don't know when, but it clearly is. They're not removing those troops, and they keep hitting Iran every now and then. Israel keeps violating the ceasefire, and that's because the US is letting it do that. And you now have a position, you now have a situation where Saudi Arabia could start bombing Ansarullah. They could start bombing Yemen again, right? And this just stinks of a plot to try and attack the resistance on various different fronts. The problem that Saudi Arabia has is that Iran is aligned with Yemen, right? It's aligned with Ansarullah, and so if Saudi Arabia wants to fuck with Yemen, Iran would love an opportunity to bomb the shit out of some Saudi Arabia military shit. Like, it just would. It just genuinely would. So I think that that's what it is. I think it's a bit of a coordinated effort to try and get the resistance to be fighting on various different fronts. So, you know, Hezbollah fighting Israel in Lebanon, and also Ansarullah fighting Saudi Arabia in Yemen, and also Islamic resistance in Iraq. Probably there's going to be something going on regarding the Kurds there. Maybe the US is going to try and arm the Kurds so that the US can deal with Iran to try and weaken the resistance. I do not know how effective that is going to be, especially with Iran's mosaic command structure that it demonstrated recently, but it does appear that that looks like that is what's going to happen. Chat, I've got to run real quick to the toilet, but I'll be back in a bit. I am going to leave you with this. Here he is. I'll be back in a sec. But I'll leave you with this for the time being. Here he is. It's him. It's him. He's saying stuff in the Oval Office. Let's hear what he's got to say. I'm sure it won't be the same thing that we've already heard him say.
I want to stand next to these.
I want to stand next to the big bell. I got the big bell. The big bell. You understand.
I'm grateful to be with you on this historic occasion. The American dream belongs to every child, and today we are equipping the next generation with the right to claim their rightful share of it. Through Trump accounts, our president is creating an ownership economy where all citizens become shareholders. 38% of American families do not have any exposure to our great equity markets, but with Trump accounts, over time, we can get that number to zero. Already, 6 million American children have signed up. 86% of them with families earning less than $200,000. U.S. Treasury, 1.4 million of those accounts will receive $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury to seed the accounts. When the markets open in just a few minutes, right now. Trump accounts will benefit. So ring the bell, Mr. President. So I will just finish by saying, on the eve on the heels of our 250th anniversary, that this will be one of the president's most enduring legacies, and the great bounty of this will go for generations to come. It is my privilege to invite President Trump to speak after we had two firsts today. First time we've ever had the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. They do a joint opening, and first time we've ever had the opening bell run in the Oval Office. So, Mr. President.
Well, this is very exciting, an amazing achievement. People, we don't know this, Michael, but people have been trying to do this for 30 years, and they were so generous. He put up, and she put up, I think she more than him, maybe. Both very much involved, but Michael and Susan put up $6,250,000,000, and I'm sure if I make a phone call, they'll do it again. The job they've done is incredible in life, so we want to thank you very much. Amazing, really amazing. And our friend from Micron, by the way, called me on Friday, and he said Micron's putting in $250 million, and he's done a phenomenal job. And $250 million, and many other companies and people are putting up tremendous amounts of money. And it's something I'm very proud of. Some people think it's going to go down as one of the most important things we've done during the administration. So after a truly historic weekend celebrating the 250th anniversary of America, today we're thrilled to officially launch the Trump accounts. And we had some beautiful people and speeches and tremendous crowds. We had the biggest crowd anyone's ever seen that unfortunately lightning caused it to leave. And everybody said, well, we'll do it another time. When I heard that, I said, no, we won't. Everybody had left. I said, we're not doing it another time. We're doing it on the 4th of July. And we actually started the speech on the 4th of July. We had to wait a little while, like a couple of hours, let the lightning pass. And everyone had left. And we came back, and they had 150,000 people came back from, they took their car. They're going back home to Texas. They turned their car around. They came back. You wouldn't believe it, 150. I think the 150 was more impressive than the 425 or whatever it was. It was pretty amazing. And Mount Rushmore likewise was so incredible. So people love our country. Our country is doing incredibly well. Strongest military in the world, has been displayed with Venezuela, who we're getting along with fantastically now. We've taken hundreds of billions of dollars of oil and given them hundreds of billions. They have more money than they've ever made. And we're doing very well. We paid for the war many times over. And then Iran, we're doing actually equally as well. We're just not getting the kind of coverage that we should. But we have eviscerated them military. And the bottom line is our country is strong. We have the greatest military in the world. I was with President Xi.
We've eviscerated them. We've eviscerated them.
What did I miss? We know they're not actually the fools that pretend to be on the TV. The rights are all experts at attacking freedom-loving movements from every avenue possible. Yep. Don't let him near kids. Yeah, it's bad. Why do they keep surrounding him with kids? You know why. They really want to get everyone involved in their equity scam that is the markets. 1,000%. It's so insane. I hope they at least change the president's nappy before doing this. Yep. Nursing home president. Why is that one girl holding the boy's wrists? Wait, what? What did I miss? Oh, that's so weird, bro. What's going on?
First time we've ever had the New York Stock Exchange. And
bro, who are these kids?
They do a joint opening, and first time we've ever had the opening bell run in the Oval Office. So, Mr. President.
What is the bell that he rings, by the way? Bragging about having Venezuela over a barrel right after saying they were going to aid their earthquake recovery. Oh, that's so bad.
We've eviscerated the military. Paid for the war.
Stock exchange opening bell. Oh, that's so crazy. That's so insane. Fanny bell.
Well, this is very exciting and amazing.
I want to ring the bell. Let me ring the bell.
We don't know this, Michael, but people have been trying to do this for 30 years. And they were so generous. He put up And she put up, I think she more than him, maybe. Both very much involved, but Michael and Susan put up $6,250,000,000. And I'm sure if I make a phone call, they'll do it again. The job they've done is incredible in life, so we want to thank you very much.
What's going on with his voice? What's going on with his voice? What's happened? He's been drinking honey. I keep thinking he's saying G. My brain is so fried. I mean, he probably is saying G. He's after that. He's after impressing President G quite a lot. He does sound so weird. I don't know what it is. He's been gargling some, like, tincture or something in the back. Now, chat, you know I don't normally comment on women's appearances and stuff like that, but I'm not really talking about her appearance here. She's got, like, a deranged face, this. I'm sorry. She just kind of has. She really reminds me of that, like, Soundgarden music video, you know, where, like, the people's, like, smiles go massive and stuff. Like, what's going on there? She looks like just like a Titan from Attack on Titan. Yeah, Black Hole Sun, smiling like the Joker. You've heard of Joker card, now get ready for Joker wife. That's what this is. Yeah. It is like Black Hole Sun. Oh, you said it as well. We shouldn't, but she is Joker moded in front of Trump. You were saying it as well. Yes. She's like one of the people gasped by the Joker. Yes! Yes! It's also that. Correct. It's also that. Yeah. She was crazy and he was her queen. What is that? Is that like a Harvey... Was the Harvey? Who are the? I don't know all these things that you like. What is this thing that you like? The Batman, Harvey. What is she? Harley Quinn. Gender swapped Harley Quinn. But also there is a Harvey, isn't there? There's Harvey. He's the two-faced. Harvey Dent. But that isn't. Is that Two-Face, Harvey Dent? Yeah. See, I do know some of this stuff that you like that I don't like. Am I allowed to say I hate how tuberculosis thin is back in vogue? No body shaming intended. I know some people are just thin, but not this many. I did see someone else talking about that today, and I do think it's a valid thing to talk about. Because everyone is going crazy for Ozempic, right? Everyone is literally going crazy for Ozempic. Like, I need to be thin. I got to be skinny. I got to be, you know, this, that, and the other. It's like the Kate Moss. Well, they called it, they didn't call it tuberculosis thin, did they? They called it heroin chic back in the day. Right? Heroin chic. So many people are chugging Ozempic in the midst of already having an eating disorder. I mean, look, you know, having an eating disorder, it could be very, 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 you know, debilitating, right? And stuff like that. And I think that, yeah, Ozempic is certainly a bit of a crazy thing that has happened. And it is obviously, you know, something that rich people figured out. They were like, oh, I could get this diabetes drug. And it stops me from eating. So that's good. But is it? I mean, the real question is, like, is it? Is it good? Is it good? Treating symptoms is more profitable than a cure. Well, exactly, right? They would not want to cure the reasons that people have diabetes, which is, you know, that people are force-fed. And when I say force-fed, I mean there is pretty much the easiest options available for food, and people don't have time to cook, so they buy Maryland cookies, which are full of all kinds of crap and preservatives and shitloads of sugar and fructose and all that kind of business, and you can slam a whole pack in one go, and it is genuinely, you know, very bad for you, right? It's genuinely very bad for you. But, you know, whenever I make my own cookies here at home, I think it is very, very obvious straight away how little I actually have to eat compared to when I get a pack of Maryland cookies from the shop. You know, when I make my own cookies here at home, I have like one. Yeah, I have one with a couple of strawberries, and that is enough. I get the sugar that I need with a substantial amount of carbohydrates and a bit of fat, bit of healthy fat because I make it with olive oil, and also I'm having a bit of fruit, which is nature's treat, isn't it? And that's good. And it's done the world of good for my liver. I've now, do you remember I was getting liver pains, chat? I now don't have liver pains. A thing that has started happening recently is that I'm getting like a noticeable absence of liver pain, right? So like I get a weird feeling in my liver and I'm like, oh no, it's a new kind of liver pain. And it's like, oh no, what I'm feeling is relief. Because I've managed to like stop eating this crap. And I know that other people are struggling with it, so I don't want to like sound like I'm boasting or gloating or whatever. I know what the struggle is like when you just like slam pack after pack of bickies and stuff. It's really hard to break that. So if you are struggling with that, solidarity and love to you. But you know, that's one of the biggest things that worked for me was making my own desserts at home. Even before I started cooking properly at home, making well, no, because it's not really gone like that. I started cooking before I started baking, but then like when I was in like a shit time, you know, with eating a lot of that stuff, I just started to like bake my own stuff at home, right? Like bake my own stuff at home. And that made such a difference straight away, yeah? Like I think that made such a difference straight away. And those kinds of treats, changing that, it is very difficult to do, but you could do it. And it's tough. Don't get me wrong, fruit is still good for you. The fruit we have that's been selected over generations has so much sugar in it than it used to. Yes, correct. That's true as well. That is still true as well. But yeah, it's much better than eating so many sweets. So many sweets. I have ARFID, which looks like anorexia, but it is not. There was next to no help for eating disorders before Ozempic. This is only going to make that lack of help worse. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. A few times my head isn't hurting is a surreal experience. It takes me a while to realize it's the absence of pain. Yeah. It's odd, right? And it has made me realize that, like, yeah, fatty liver is a bit of a chronic health condition, kinda. You know what I mean? But thankfully, you can get rid of it. I was walking the dog. Did I miss something good in the past 30-ish minutes? No, not really. Not really. Eating disorders are often a symptom of diagnosable, treatable mental health disorders. I don't know enough about that, so I don't know if that's true. But what you say makes sense to me off the back of it. A lot of the times, I think that it's all part of like capitalism, right? A lot of this stuff stems from capitalism. It stems from patriarchy, which upholds capitalism in various ways by making women the the slave gender. You know, constantly fucking hitting them with shit like, you don't look right, you don't look good, this, that, and the other, right? To, of course, like, yeah, be causing issues like eating disorders as well. Got enough time in a psychotherapy and psychiatry office to be confident that staying is true. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, Robin, how are you doing? Are we talking about food stamp stuff? No. We are not. I cut back 75% of my sugar, aiming for 100 by 2027. Hopefully becomes a true habit that sticks. Yeah, good for you. Anecdotally, I found that to be true of eating disorders and mental health. Yeah, I mean, like, I can only talk from my personal experience, right? My personal experience was that I ate the worst last year when I was having the worst year of my life, right? And I was having the worst year of my life because of various material conditions. You know, I was pretty much the poorest I've ever been last year, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, in terms of like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think I was. And all kinds of conflict happening that was just like terrible and depressing and horrible stuff. Extremely doom-pilled about various different things. But you know, fought through it. I'm very lucky to be in the situation that I'm in. I've got a very lucky housing situation, even though I'm renting. Also, what was the other thing? Yeah, I got the stream. I got yous. I got all the yous supporting me. And through that, I have been able to, you know, get better and stuff. But not everybody has that, right? And that's why it's important to remember that, like, you know, you could sit here, people could sit here and be like, oh, well, you're living proof that you could get over this stuff in capitalism. And it's like, no, I'm not fully over it. I still have an incredibly shit time from week to week. First thing that I thought when I woke up this morning was, oh man, I haven't rested enough. And it's been 3 days. You know? Insane stuff. Insane stuff. But whatever. Even if society suddenly became perfect somehow, we'd all still carry what had happened with us. Yes, absolutely. Chat, was I talking to yous about this? I think I might have spoken to yous about this, but I don't know if I did. But I often bring this up as an anecdote. When we were on the ZAD, you'll see this in the documentary. We interviewed this lady at the ZAD. And she's a psychotherapist who was like a holistic psychotherapist. So like specifically does psychotherapy for activists and whatnot, right? And she said the thing with doing activism is that you put so much time and effort into whatever cause you support and stuff like that, but because we really want to do that and we really want to make a change and we're passionate about it, we end up burnt out, and then we feel really bad because we can't contribute as much to the movement, and then that really fucks us up. And that's one thing that's bad enough. But underneath all of it, and you've got trauma and all shit like that that's going to have happened in your life as well and stuff like that, but underneath all of it, all of the fucking stuff that's you know, already happened, you have a baseline of trauma, which is that we are humans living under capitalism, which should not happen. And it is a traumatic thing for us to have to work and struggle to be able to eat. It is a struggle and trauma for us to work in order to have to be able to have shelter. It should be an unnecessary, it should be not a stress that exists in this world. That we worry about being made homeless and anything like that. And it is insane. And this is why I constantly say, this is why you hear so many stories of people living to like 100 and 105 and 110 in places like China and Cuba. And that's because I think that actually we should probably live to about 150 years old. And we probably would if we didn't have capitalism. I'm serious. I think that is actually legitimately true. But whatever.
Amazing. Really amazing.
That's just me speculating. Stress and worry kills you much earlier than you would normally, yes.
And our friend from Micron, by the way, called me on Friday.
Micron.
Micron's putting in $250 million,
And this is why I keep saying I don't think that Trump will die, because he also doesn't have any of those worries. He is stressed, but he doesn't have that underlying worry of like, oh, I'm going to get evicted, or I'm going to get fucking, you know, a disease that I can't afford to pay for. You know? I now think that this lady is just absolutely wired. Now that I've seen her reacting like this, she looks like she's been sniffing so much Bing. She's flying so high. She's like, before the fucking meeting. And again, you know?
Done a phenomenal job. And 250 million and many other
wired as hell
companies and people are.
I mean, they all are. Like, every single person here is wired as hell.
Up tremendous amounts of money. And it's something I'm very proud of. Some people think it's going to go down as one of the most important.
I agree with that. I feel we would have better treatments for things like cancer. I mean, Cuba does, right? Cuba already does. 105 years old Chinese comrade who was on the Long March as a teen. Yeah, literally. Like that's something that reminded me of that. Like this week, right? Where is it? Let's find it, chat. 105-year-old Long March veteran. Chat, do you know what the Long March is? What it was? It was the Communist War of revolution, the Revolutionary War in China. Here we go. South China Morning Post, 2 days ago. You know, I thought she was 100, but she's actually 105. Now, first of all, chat, what's that I hear you saying? A 105-year-old veteran who's a woman? That's crazy. I thought they didn't let women do anything ever in any country, but no, actually, it didn't matter what gender you were during the revolution in the communist revolution of China. She joined when she was 14, chat. When she was 14, which I know sounds insane nowadays, but I think that like that was something that was pretty common back then. I think that if you were like, it happened loads in World War I and stuff, right? In World War I, there was a bunch of teenagers who signed up to the war because they were just like, we don't have any prospects, let's just go, right? My brain went to the long walk instead. No, not the long walk, no. Yeah, British teenagers that lied about their age. Yeah, it's a bit overstated in World War I, but there were a few, I see, yeah. Wow. Born in Sichuan province, Wang Changying joined the Red Army at the age of 14. That's crazy. Served as a nurse and logistics assistant during the Chinese Civil War. During the Long March, she suffered severe frostbite while crossing the snowy mountains. Wang is believed to be the last surviving veteran of the Long March. The year-long retreat helped shape the Communist Party's eventual rise to power. 90th anniversary at the end of the Long March is being commemorated in 2026. That's what it is, chat. The end of the Long March is when the Communist Party began to win, and it was essentially the start of the winning of the revolution, basically. So the Long March wasn't the fight. It was like a retreat. It was a strategic retreat. And then after the year-long retreat or whatever, they came back and smashed the shit out of the imperialists. My grandfather died for being a commie. Our local forest was free territory during World War II, so he was completely devastated. He was a forest keeper, so he planted thousands of trees, and when he broke his hip, it kind of destroyed him mentally, just because he liked walking along his trees so much, and he kind of just gave up on life. That's so sad, dude. Yeah. Like, this is the thing. This is why, like, you know, disability support and disability and accessibility and stuff is so important. Because, like, you know, imagine if the state could support someone like that. You know, I don't know how old you can't be before you can't have any more hip operations or anything like that, right? But you get a new hip, you get a new, you know, you get a new walking stick or whatever, all of a sudden you can keep doing the thing that you like doing. And you don't give up on life, right? Edward Atherton. Am veteran. Nobody knowing and bad man make the big Satan 2 Rocket Man the bad man. Hello, welcome in. USA say don't provoke the bear. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Yes, I think I'm understanding what you're saying. Welcome in. We aren't on that subject yet, but yes, you're right. Correct. Absurd stuff. Absurd stuff where the UK is fucking provoking Russia. Yes. You got a new hip, but it can only get a person so far. We still have universal healthcare. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you need the stuff like what they got in Cuba, which is the programs for elderly people, right? The community programs for elderly people, which keep people alive and promote fighting back against Alzheimer's and dementia and stuff by like keeping your brain learning stuff and engaging with people socially and what have you. People are saying, and when I say people, I mean scientists, though, which is very interesting, are saying that apparently magic mushrooms can help with Alzheimer's. Did I say this last week? I feel like this is something that I said last week, but I can't remember. But yeah, absolutely fucking mad stuff. Chat, it's been 2 hours since I have started the stream. Please consider hitting me up with a tip. This is my full-time job. I don't get any other money other than the little that I make on Patreon. And I would like to be able to pay my rent and my bills and all that kind of business. Please consider going to the streamlabs.com/djmuel/tip link that is in the chat. Help me pay my rent, help me pay my bills. And that will be very, very helpful. We're very, very close to hitting the midway point of the daily dono goal, which would be good because that would mean that we will be on target. And that would be nice. It would just be nice to be on target. I would only ask that you donate £5 or £2 or, you know, whatever you can donate. Yeah, we've known for decades that mushrooms help, can't be patented, can't have that in the free market. Yeah, not allowed. Not allowed. Video games are also apparently great for senior health, especially physical controls like the Wii or the Xbox Kinect. Oh, shit. Does that include knowledge puzzle games? I think so. Ecstasy is supposed to be really helpful for that, I think. Or was it Parkinson's? Yeah, it could be. Either or. But yeah, it would be like the pure MDMA compound, I think. Rather than just like a pill that you get from a guy that you may or may not know that well. Yeah, we would only need £4.50 in order to hit the midway goal for the stream. So we just need 2 people donating £2.25. Chat. So please consider that. There's the tip link once again. If you're on mobile, you might have to turn it landscape in order to fill in the tip form. But you can do it. It is possible. We figured it all out last week. Preliminary hearing begins in Charlie Kirk murder case. Has that happened? That's crazy. I just saw this. I just saw this come up on YouTube. Live, the House of Commons, and the fucking the thumbnail just has on it, tougher rules announced. Damn, must be a day ending in Y in the UK. I used to self-treat anxiety with 1p LSD, the 6-hour acid that you could buy legally. It only needed half a tab every 2 months and it worked amazingly. Then the Tories banned it. I'll tell you something. I have OCD, chat, and I have been working very hard to not engage in what they're called as rituals, right? So, like, for example, when I leave the house, I check the oven, right? I look at the oven, and even though it's clearly off, I have to sit there and go 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, off, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, off, and, like, look at both of the dials and go 12 o'clock, off. And it's horrible. It makes you feel like you're going literally insane because you kind of are, right? You just, like, don't believe that reality is real and that you've turned off the oven and shit. And so I do stuff like that all around the house. Like, I look at the, you know, the TV in the living room, even though I know it's not been on for days. And I just have to look at it and go, that's off, that's off, that's off, that's off, that's off. And then I come in here, in this room, and I'm like, right, that's off, that's off, that's off, that's off, etc., right? The last time I did magic mushrooms, which you shouldn't do because it's illegal, and I feel very bad about breaking the law, right? But the last time I did magic mushrooms, oh yeah, no, I do it with the door as well, Vord. Like, I have to, like, turn the mortise lock on the door, like, very, very hard to the right, and, like, so much that it hurts, and I'm going, like, yep, that's definitely locked, and then I, like, pound the door 3 times, and I'm like, yep, that's shut, right? So that's how hard it is for me to leave the gaff, right? That's how hard it is, right? it is what it is. It comes from trauma. It's this, that, and the other. I'm not going to talk too much about why I've got it or whatever, but the last time I did mushrooms, which was a number of years ago, I feel very bad about breaking the law. No one else should do that or break the law or anything like that. I came out of the trip not needing to do any of that. And I'm being deadly serious. I experienced the kind of relief that I don't think I've ever experienced ever in my life, where my brain was just literally saying, you don't need to do that. You know you don't need to do that. Like my brain was forming new pathways with which, you know, previously something had gotten in the way, and a new pathway formed around it, around that block, and was like, yo, you don't need to do that. You know that you haven't turned on the oven for today. And I was like, yeah, sick. And I like left the house without even checking anything. And I was like, oh, yeah, it was crazy. But I can't have that medicine because it's illegal and wrong. Therefore, wrong, isn't it, to do that? So I can't have that. I can't take that medicine, which is great, isn't it? That's good for everybody. I think there's one psychiatrist right now in, I want to say Canada, that was allowed to experiment with MDMA for PTSD. She had great results. Apparently, it takes just takes people to a session in a forest. Hell yeah. Yeah, OCD is absolutely horrible. Not sure about your local laws here. It's technically not illegal to do that. It's just illegal to possess them or make them accessible to another person. If you pay a dude to shove them straight in your mouth, only he is breaking the law. Yeah, but then you would be an accessory to a crime, right? So you can't do that. Here, I think mushrooms are legal as long as you don't pick them. So, like, they could grow in the ground and, you know, whatever. Like, people aren't going to be done if they're, you know, because they grow naturally, right? So you, if they're just like growing in your back garden or whatever, you can't be done. You can't be arrested because it's just like, yeah, it's just a natural thing. But you're just not allowed to pick them. And that includes biting them with your mouth. You're not allowed to ingest them in any way. No, yeah, you can't graze. You can't just go out like that with your hands behind your back, clearly. It's legal to buy and sell psilocybin spores in the US. Yeah, I think you can buy psilocybin spores, but then I think you get done if they find out that you're growing them. British Columbia tried to legalize all drugs for 3 years. I'm wondering, how did that go? It probably went as well as it goes in Portugal. Because in Portugal, they just put all the money into like safe use sites and stuff, and that works. It's the best. That's the best policy for drugs, literally anywhere. Yeah, the spores are legal, but growth is illegal. Yes, yeah, that's how that works in the UK. I'm not the only one imagining leaning over and biting them. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the first thing that everybody thinks when you first hear that. Like, you're not allowed to pick them in it. Like, what if you do that but soaking? Just have someone hold you like a strimmer over the grass. You mean like the Mormon sex practice to get around Mormon sex laws, soaking? That's what you mean. Like, if you're just like going like, oh, I can't stop doing this, and someone just picks you up and puts your head over a shroom. I don't know, man. I don't know. Phone the cops and ask them. Go on. You won't. I don't know the answer to that. It also kind of sucks. There's that one psilocybe mushroom that eats the root rot fungus, so it could save millions of trees and make orchids organic. I mean, that mushroom is probably just like everywhere. That mushroom, you can't stop nature. Like, you just kind of can't. You know, nature finds a way, and I think that one mushroom is probably just like all over the place in orchards and stuff, right? But like, yeah, if you were to like purposefully make it grow or whatever, I don't know. Possibly. That's possibly how it would go. Crazy how we got onto that from like talking about the 105-year-old Long March veteran, right?
During the administration, So after a truly historic weekend celebrating the 250th anniversary of America, today we're thrilled to
A great weekend.
the Trump accounts, and we had some beautiful people and speeches and tremendous crowds. We had the biggest crowd anyone's ever seen. That unfortunately lightning.
That's not true. It wasn't lightning that stopped it. Let's have a little look at this video from Zateo.
State Fair.
The biggest crowds anyone's ever
We are
seen.
here at the Great American State Fair, a wonderful affair put
So
on
many
by
crowds.
Trump to celebrate the 250th anniversary.
Oh my God, you could do rodeo.
Seems like
Freedom.
the only thing that's really hot today is the temperature, because it is breaking 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 36 degrees Celsius for international friends. We were told there were supposed to be tens of thousands of people here, but there wasn't.
Oh my God.
There wasn't really that many people here at the time. Luckily, I guess.
What was that? What was that? What is this? What are they even watching? They're just sat there. This is crazy, dude. We did see the paraglider who crashed, yes. Also, hello, Barack. It was Lie 10's timing that stopped it being the biggest crowd. That's true. They really thought this would be Coachella. Did you see how part of the stage broke? Oh my God, I did, but I lost that video. I was going to play it, but I lost it.
I guess that just meant more fun for us.
Timo rarely closed. They were watching the debate between Michael Knowles and a child. No. It's like that was like a different stage. That was something else. That was a different event.
I just got out of the American Canvas collab with Faith and Family, and this exhibit was off the charts. There was
This mad architecture is so funny. Look at these, like, okay, these are clearly supposed to be for columns. These are clearly supposed to be connecting little, I guess, upside down platforms for columns to go onto, but they didn't put them on there in the end. Thank you for getting me that clip, Mr. Dank. You're a legend. Yeah, no, this is fucking crazy, chat. Now, I am someone who has a bunch of friends who work in stage tech, yeah? And they have worked in stage tech for a long time, doing festivals and all this kind of business. And not one of them has ever said that something like this has happened. You know, like they come back from a festival, I see them in the week, I'm like, how's it going? What happened? Oh, yeah, whatever. This is good. Yeah, it's a good bit of work. Festival was fun. We had some fun in the, you know, in the green room and stuff, right? None of them have ever said that anything like this has happened, right? So let's have a look at this real quick. I cannot fucking begin to tell you how much that should just not happen, chat. Like, how much that should just absolutely never in a million years. It's not like people have only just discovered stages and stage tech 2 years ago. It's not like a new technology, right? People have been doing this stuff for centuries at this point. Literal centuries, right? Mozart played on stages. Yeah? Everybody understands that if you're going to have things that are hung in the air, they need to be secured by ropes that are tested, not twice, but 3 times. Yeah? Everything needs to be rigged properly, tested properly. You need to do safety checks beforehand. That's why all that stuff happens, right? Hey, Ground Level News. Yes, exactly. Ground Level News. Worked in production my entire life. Never seen anything like that happen. Exactly. Because all of those incredibly boring but incredibly necessary things, as I was just describing, need to be done for this reason, right? They need to be done for this reason. Yes, riggers are serious business. Like, it's a serious job. I'll show everybody who looked away, who missed that, what happened again here. Insane. Insane. Slow motion version incoming.
America first, safety last.
Oh, that's so crazy. Oh my god, it's like a massive... It's like a chunk of the state. Is it a light? I think it might just be like a chunk of the stage. Okay, I think it's just like a chunk of the stage. 5 people could have died. Yeah, could have killed him. Yeah. Final Destinations. Shit. Bringing down the house. Yeah, it barely missed a bunch of people. There's like a whole bunch of people in the back as well, right? There's people who are rehearsing on the stage, and there's a bunch of like techies and shit in the back. Yes, health and safety gone mad. You remember all those fucking articles in the Daily Mail back in the day, yeah? All those articles in the Daily Mail back in the day where they would say things like, oh, health and safety gone mad, all this regulation, regulatory red tape and stuff like that. Ridiculous. Yada, yada, yada. It's like, no, that stuff exists for a reason. It exists for a fucking reason. This could have literally killed someone. Oh my god, yeah, the fucking... It kind of looks like it's made of metal and it's sharp as well, right? Yes, that's why the tape is the color red. It's supposed to signify that danger is afoot. It kind of looks like it's made of metal. So, you know, maybe the weight of it wouldn't have been the thing that would have killed someone, but like, it could have probably chopped someone's fucking leg or arm off or something. That person there literally screams and stops. You can see that happen. It goes so fast. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. Yeah, you're not having a good time if that lands on your head in any way. In any fucking way. So there you go. There's the state fair. I mean, well, there's a bit more here actually. Let's go back to the Zateo video.
Charts. There was this amazing exhibit about the Great Awakening. Call me woke. There were all these amazing texts and reminders that the separation of church and state, a little overrated. And finally, guys, I got to meet George Washington.
What?
I was just in the America Innovates exhibit, which
Oh my god. It looks like it's falling apart, bro. This is too on the nose. Hey, Crimson Tinted, welcome in. This is just too on the nose. You can see all the...
America Innovates exhibit, which out of the vast industrious spirit that America has, illustrated a few particular companies.
Truth Social!
Of course, Truth Social, Donald Trump's very own social media app. Another was, of course, TikTok, which has a major stake owned by the pro-Israel, pro-Trump billionaire.
Have we covered the no loitering near the reflection pool clips yet? I've not seen any of those. You can slam them in the chat if you want, Barack.
Headlines lately, but I think it just goes to show Elon Musk really deserves to be a trillionaire.
This is more than a concert. It's a powerful celebration of faith, hope, and the songs that have shaped our nation.
So,
amazing.
Even though it's a...
Oh my god, there's a Budweiser bus?
Songs that have shaped our nation.
Is that like a Budweiser bus? No, it's just a bar. Oh my god, they just put like a fucking racist dive bar in there. That's crazy.
So, even though it's 100 degrees outside, Budweiser still found a way to bring these beautiful horses out. And they have their own little cages too. It's so cute. I hope they're having fun, because I know
AI Charlie Kirk voice? Could be.
Guys, you'll never believe. I know they're still...
Patriots, welcome! They didn't let women have guns back in the day. What are you talking about? There's a fan in the corner of the horse cage? I didn't even see that.
I am.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, that horse is so warm. Poor bastard.
Guys, you'll never believe. I know they're still working on getting
Freedom truck! Freedom truck, brother!
Actual 250-foot tall Arc de Triomphe, or Arc de Trump as some call it. But in the meantime, they have an amazing mock-up of it right over here.
Have they made this different? Oh, we didn't get to see it to, What the fuck was that, bro? Every step moves us forward. Is this in the same place as the Declaration of Independence? Signing? You get to sign the Declaration of Independence as a citizen here. Is that what's happening? And you also get to slam dunk a b-ball. Chat, I got some net on Saturday. I was playing basketball with some of the peeps. That was fun. Turns out I can actually still play it, which was quite good. I might start playing basketball. I actually really enjoyed it. Except I don't like any of the things that you like.
We tried ending the day at the reflecting pool, the one that Donald Trump has worked so hard to beautify. But
attention to all individuals in the area, trespassing is not allowed. Please leave the premises immediately. Thank you.
I scooped some hoops, yeah, whatever that means. Yeah. I scooped some hoops on Saturday.
There you have it.
Trespassing not allowed. Okay. No reflecting at the reflecting pool. Not allowed. 9 seconds of cinema. Thank you, Barack.
Loitering is not permitted in this area. Please proceed.
Oh, it's Amanda Moore. It's who I was playing videos of last week.
Loitering is not permitted in this area. Please proceed to a designated location. Thank you for your cooperation.
So that thing is playing because those guards are walking by the pool. That's absolutely mad. That's absolutely mad. It's like City 17. It's so insane. Hey, Lil Zipper. Pool, not for looking at. Yeah? Not for looking at. Crazy shit. Hey, Helgina. Yeah, I'm so glad that all that money went to that. Really good stuff. So yeah, that's the America 250. Inside America's 250th birthday celebrations. Let's have a look at this.
Of celebration. Fireworks over the founding fathers.
They don't look real. Is this another mock-up, or is this actually Mount Rushmore?
They are the rock stars, quite literally, of America's story. A story another president is going to carve his place in. From 1776 to 2026, it's been quite the ride, and they're queuing for a view of the nation's capital. Welcome to the Great American State Fair. It's billed as a showcase of all 50 states. Did someone say cowboys on Capitol Hill?
We love our country, love it very much, and but we've accomplished what we've done and what we hope to do in the future.
That's the patriotic.
I love our country very much, but we've accomplished what we've done and what we hope to do in the future. The American school system at work there.
But there's a political one too.
We love our great president that is working wonderful things for us. We thank him.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. We love our president who is working wonderful things for us. It doesn't stop.
We want to show that and celebrate with him.
Something the president has
We want to show that and celebrate with him.
Hijacked America's birthday. There's even a miniature version of the arch he wants to build in Washington here. But it's rather underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, for God's sake, it's already falling apart. You know, you can see, like, the foam coming out of it. The fact that he is...
They got fucking Power of Love playing in the background. It may just see you rain.
Trying to take his name and stamp it on everything is separating it into you support me and you love America, or you don't support me and you hate America. And it should not be like that.
Yeah.
What do you say to people who would fear this has been politicized a little bit?
Oh, I'd say go home. We don't need you.
Go home where? What do you mean? What if they're born in America, you weirdo? Just some fucking racism right here. She's just saying Ilhan Omar, go home. That's what she's saying.
Sorry.
What if they're Americans?
Well, then they can go somewhere else because we live on the greatest country in the world.
Deport, deport, deport. She looks like a Blade Runner android. You know, like Blade Runner androids have like a thing in their eyes. It's like a shiny thing in their eyes in the dark. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit.
So it's get on board or get left behind. He rebranded America.
Deport me from Arkansas back home to Arkansas, yeah.
Set up a partnership to shape it in his own image.
What was that? What was that? Does he come in on a train?
250 and set up a partnership to shape it.
What is this? What is this, bro? What the fuck was that?
From flyovers in Washington to a flotilla of tall ships in New York to an escort of outriders for the president in North Dakota.
Great. Great. So nowhere near Washington, D.C., just a bunch of guys on horses were just like, we're going to get on the horses for the president.
It's one big birthday being marked by very different Americas.
And that raises a much bigger question. What exactly is America celebrating on its 250th birthday? A shared national story or competing visions of what this nation is and what it should be?
Okay, so a little bit of, you know, rubbish reporting from Sky News there, but let's get back to what the president thinks about the 250th anniversary.
To leave, and everybody said, well, we'll do it another time. When I heard that, I said, no, we won't. Everybody had left. I said, we're not doing it another time. We're doing it on the 4th of July. And we actually started the speech on the 4th of July. We had to wait a little while, like a couple of hours, let the lightning pass. And everyone...
There was no lightning, by the way. Hey, Orly Astro, welcome in. There was no lightning. We saw that. It was light rain. It was drizzle.
Had left. And we came back, and they had 150,000 people came back from... They took their car. They're going back...
Okay, people were talking about his AI... his AI thing, like an AI picture of the celebration. I'm just gonna have a look at his Truth Social and see what's going on. He also appears to be just like posting pictures of the Abraham Lincoln thing. Is it supposed to be this? Is it supposed to be this? Is it this? What would all these people be doing in front of the reflected pool anyway? Is this not Antifa? Is that not Antifa? Have a look at some of these people. So, some people looking directly at the camera. One person looking over there, one person looking there, one person looking at the camera. Some weird looking hands. Some weird stuff going on here. Some illegible text on people's t-shirts and stuff. What are people supposed to be like taking pictures of? This guy's got 2 phones. Wait, what? Oh no, he's got his phone in his hand and he's like clapping? You can't do that. All of these people are fake. None of this is real. Yeah, which one's got the box cutter on? The box cutter out. Yeah, the fence isn't there. Maybe it's an old picture. It's like, what, like an FBI car? That's there? Or what? What's going on? Wait, this in the memorial doesn't look right either, right? Oh no, I think it does. Yeah, so some people got like 2 phones on. I don't think this is real. Also, it's like there's lightning there. I don't think any lightning happened. I don't think it even happened. It's not even real. Bro, what is this? From Greg Weischer at the United States Department of Interior, the regilding of the sculpture Sacrifice is complete. That means both Arts of War sculptures, Valor and Sacrifice, were regilded over 1 week ahead of schedule. This is 1000% AI as well. It's just like doesn't look real at all. What's going on in the back there? There's something odd going on in the back with like the perspective of this. Very odd. Very, very odd. Here's like another picture of this, apparently again. Is it all the same people? No, it's different people now. What is this supposed to actually be? What is happening, bro? Maybe it is real. Before, Simón Bolívar statue. Wait, what? Why have they got a why is he boasted about the Simón Bolívar statue? Yeah, they washed it. I mean, that's good. Simón Bolívar was a revolutionary, right? He wasn't like the kind of person that America should be celebrating. They re-gilded it. Did they re-gilded it? But it wasn't gold to begin with. They didn't gold it up. Just some insane pictures. Just insane things to be posting.
It's like, we're fixing DC, we're making it nice. Look at the fountains, they never used to work, but we made them go crazy. We made them go crazy. Right? You're like, this is what it used to be. Look at this weak, anemic fountain. And in fact, I made the fountain go crazy mode. Look at this. We've never, ever seen that much water gush out of the fountains before. The country is saved.
Why is he posting this? He took the kids down to the reflected pool last night. They couldn't believe there are 2 Washington monuments now.
Look at that, boys. Wow. Look at that. I got a question.
That has always looked like that. That has literally always looked like that.
Look at the fountain, not the 600,000 troops deployed.
How many Washington monuments do you see?
2.
Wait, 2?
Wow, my kid said a thing that I prompted him to say. Wow. They couldn't believe that there's 2 Washington monuments because I prompted them to say it. Come on, man. Oh my god, it's the same video! It's the same video again! He posted it twice! He's doing more boomer posting here. President Trump positive press news. President Trump positive press, June the 8th. Wait, what? So they're just like praising different news organizations that have said things that Trump likes. This is crazy. This is crazy, dude.
I love Breitbart. Breitbart Representative Riley Moore. On stellar Trump job creation, Trump has been right the entire time. Moore spoke to Breitbart News host Matthew Boyle as the Labor Department this week found the U.S. economy added 172,000 jobs in May. Never mind that this is a historically low number of jobs.
And what is this?
Daily Mail. Tehran says it will halt attacks after Trump ordered Israel and the regime to stop shooting.
Israel and the regime? What do you mean? What are they talking about? It just doesn't even make any sense. Okay, whatever. Let's go back to him chatting rubbish.
Come to Texas. They turned their car around. They came back. You wouldn't believe it. 150. I think the 150 was more impressive than the 425 or whatever it was. It was pretty amazing.
His voice is so weird.
Well, likewise was so incredible. So people love our country. Our country is doing incredibly well. Strongest military in the world has been displayed with Venezuela, who we're getting along with fantastically now. We've taken hundreds of billions of dollars of oil and given them hundreds of billions. They have more money than they've ever made. and we're doing very well. We paid for the war many times over. And then Iran, we're doing actually equally as well. We're just not getting the kind of coverage that we should, but we have eviscerated them military. Our country is strong. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. I was with President Xi 3 weeks ago, and I said that, and there was no argument. Nobody's arguing. We built it during my first.
Lots of people are arguing. Lots of people are saying that this is not true. Multiple news agencies.
Term, and we're using it now for very good reasons, because in this case, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We can never let that happen.
Are his eyes looking extra puffy? Is this hay fever? Has he got hay fever?
On Saturday, July 4th, our administration deposited one-time seed contributions of $1,000 each into the Trump accounts of over 500,000 American children. It's a lot. And millions more will be getting additional contributions from generous donors like, as I mentioned, Michael and Susan Dell. They are truly incredible people. Go out and buy a Dell computer.
He's got like puffy eyes. It's kind of got him looking like a little bit like this. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of got him looking a little bit like that. If you sort of like close the eyes on these, if you like squish them down a little bit. I know this is unfair because this is like a disease that some fish get, right? It's really sad. They call it Popeye disease, apparently. But there are some that just like kind of have this. So yeah, unfair to the fish. Yeah, he did do a sponsorship for Dell. He just did an ad read for Dell, like a YouTuber, yeah.
He's not doing it for that. But I'll bet his business, Brad, has gotten even bigger. I have a son that loves their laptop. I have to tell you, no, I want a Dell. We're going to get him that money back one way or the other. And then I'll ask for another $6,250,000. We'll start the whole process all over again. No, he makes an incredible product, and right from the beginning. And Brad Gerstner has been pushing this, so he's a very successful man. Not quite as famous as...
He sounds drunk again?
Right? It's Michael, but you are... He's an amazingly successful guy.
I think they pumped him with the good drugs today. He feels like it feels like he's actually a little bit on form. He's not like... I don't think he's slurring that much, Follistan, but welcome in anyway. I know, I don't know. It's just his voice. It's just his voice sounds different. His voice sounds so weird.
A tremendous amount of money, and again, I want to thank.
High on cough syrup. Yeah, he's high on antihistamines. He's got hay fever or whatever.
These that have already called me, and they're putting up a lot of money. This is nothing. This is not me, and putting the name.
By the way, the fucking stock market is not looking great. Let's have a look. Is Dell on here? Where is Dell? Is SpaceX like stalling still? That's a bit crazy. I did not know that SpaceX stocks were still like not recovering from last week, whenever that thing happened or whatever. What would Dell be? Dell would be technology, semiconductors, software, Dell? Software applications? Dell. It had a little bump like a couple of months ago. I don't know. Yeah, Dell is hardware. Yeah, computer hardware. Yeah. This whole sector's looking bad. This month, anyway, the monthly performance. Let's have a look at 6 months. I think it's probably done well over 6 months. Loading. Why is it taking so long to load? Wait, what's going on there? It never used to do this. What's changed with this website? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay, so overall 600% over the last 200% over the last 6 months. Right, okay. So that's the reality of it. Microsoft is just not recovering, dude. I think that Microsoft is going to be the first domino in the AI bubble, to be honest. Microsoft have been doing significantly bad for the last 6 months. Who the fuck are buying Dell computers these days? Israel. They're still swearing by Copilot. This is the thing, right? And they're gutting their entire gaming division. Yeah, in order to try and, like, mitigate this. If Microsoft dies, no one will be crying. That's true. The only thing this chart shows is that inflation is doing great. Yes, correct. Completely correct. Also, Meta is not doing great over the last 6 months. SpaceX, even SpaceX is just kind of like stalling over the last 6 months. That's a bit crazy. No growth. Biggest thing in aerospace and defense, but no growth. Oracle at -26 is great. Also, Palantir at -25 is fantastic. There could be nothing better, chat, than seeing Palantir at -25. Yeah, Meta's still a thing. Yeah, well, you know, yeah, it's Facebook, it's Instagram, it's the weird Meta glasses, the pervert glasses and stuff. What's TSM? Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. Hey, Morrigan, how are you? SpaceX was always a turd to invest in, just an Elon call. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It doesn't surprise me, it's just like, it's just funny, right? It's just funny. We're in the why hadn't this collapsed yet stage of The Big Short. Yes, correct. What are you doing? Upgrade your FinViz experience. How about you suck me from the back, bro? Okay.
When it was not my idea, that was a whole group of people that passed legislation, because this is all made possible only by the passage of the Great Big Beautiful Bill. And I knew that this was happening, but I didn't know. All of a sudden, I see my name on it in the bill. But I'm very proud to have my name. They think it would sell. They said, it'll sell better if your name's on. I said, look, leave it on. But I did not. I just want to know, I did not ask for it. Michael, is that a correct statement? Did I ever go to you and say, Michael, don't put up the money unless they use my name? No. But I have done that in other cases. I will tell. In certain.
He's had something done to his voice. He's had something done to his voice. He's had like a spray on it or something. He's got like a new spray where it doesn't make him sound like tired and shit. Or he's like been drinking water for the first time in a long time. Or he's had his throat scraped. Is that a thing you can do? I don't know. Emotional support, throat steroids. Yeah. Like a steroid spray for his throat or something. It's something like that. And he just doesn't do it. You know? He had younger vocal cords installed. He just had a hit of adrenochrome. He killed a child, probably. Had the vocal cords stretched out by Bubba. Oh my god. That's true. Many people are saying this.
In certain other cases, I've done that, right, Scott? But not in this case. This is a very special kind of a thing that took place. It's, in a way, it's a miracle. Nobody thought it was possible. Think of it. Children that are born without money, without any money. Great parents, they can have everything, can be great, but they have no money. They can become...
They can everything, they can be good, but no money.
Yes, this is the case for every child. Every child is born with no bank account. That's how that works. He's talking about broke babies.
Can you believe they went so woke with the babies they went broke? I can't believe it. This is what we've been doing to our children the entire time.
Wealthy children at 18, and they can flip it over, or their people can flip it over into other vehicles at a certain age so that they don't take it out. I would recommend they probably don't take it out.
Don't take it out. Keep all that money in the stock market. Don't you dare take that £1,000 that we gave you.
A lot of money.
Don't you dare.
Especially if the market continues. Can you imagine if you did this during Trump a year and a half ago, where...
Can you imagine if you did this? Yes, incredible concept, bro. If you got onto a good thing earlier, you could benefit from it more. That's true.
Gone up at levels. As an example...
But also... This isn't what happened with you, brother.
Everybody said when
we were just literally looking at it. We were just literally looking at quite a large swath of the market that has continually done quite bad. You know, even supposedly one of the Mag 7 is at minus 20%. You know, And another of the, in fact, another of the Mag 7 is at -6. So I don't know what you want, brother. It's not going that way.
Elected, there's no way that during the 4-year period we'll ever hit 50,000 on the Dow.
50,000 on the Dow. You said it, Zipper. There you go. You predicted it.
I would say in the first year, records. We had records. What NASDAQ has done, what the New York Stock Exchange, all the stock exchanges, 7,000 on the S&P was impossible during the first year, but they really thought it was impossible in 4 years, and we hit it before the first year. So if the children had invested the money a year and a half ago.
The way he's talking about this is so insane.
If the children had invested last year, they'd be rich children now.
I can't believe this is real. It's so crazy.
Faster, actually.
If they'd have been on Wall Street last year, things would have been happening.
It's too bad.
These stupid babies not investing. Can you believe it?
We have a hot country. It's going to go up. I think the market's going to go through the roof. When all those factories open, they're
real life boss babies.
Record numbers. We have never built in the history of our country what we're building now. We have $19.2 trillion, and much of that money is going toward building factories, plants, AI, automobile. We've never built as many automobile plants. They're all over, and they're coming from...
Great. What everybody needs is more cars. That's one thing that I think all the time.
If the children invested last year, they'd now have minus 20% of that money.
One thing that I think of all the time when I think of what could America do with more of, it's cars. I'm constantly thinking, you know what country doesn't have enough cars? It's America. And you know what other countries don't have enough of? American cars. Massive American cars that their infrastructure is not built for. Me and my mum were driving down a road that we would often drive down on the way back historically for my grandma and granddad's over the years, right? And she said like, oh, this road is so horrible now. And I said, do you know why that is? And she was like, oh, it's all dirty. And I said, no, it isn't. Look around. It's not dirty. The reason that you don't like it is because of all the fucking cars everywhere. There's so many fucking cars everywhere. And she was like, yeah, I guess so. And I was like, not only are there loads of cars everywhere, they're massive. They're fucking massive. They're ridiculous. Everyone has a fucking SUV now. It's crazy. Even in like fucking like working class areas, there are SUVs parked there by people who like work in town because they don't want to pay parking charges. You know, here I am driving around in a small, efficient Japanese sedan like a sucker. No, that's smart. Doesn't America literally have a charity that's called Cars for Kids or something like that? Yeah, and isn't that like a front for the Zionist lobby? Yes, it's a front for birthright trips to Israel. Yes, correct. Went to the country with my parents. It felt like we were narrowly avoiding head-on collisions by bell ends in SUVs doing 45 mile an hour around country roads. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Like, our country just isn't built for that. And like, who wants to redo the infrastructure? They should just ban big cars. I'm being serious. They should just ban big cars. The one thing that Andy Burnham could do to make me like him is ban big cars. No more big cars. You can't have that. They're all glossy piano black without a single scratch on them. It's like, how does that happen? How do they manage to not crash all the time? It's so crazy. Trucks used to be like slightly bigger cars that could tow stuff and help people move, and these days they're just like on steroids, like monster trucks. Yeah, it's just not good. Hey, X1011, yeah, 1877 cars for bombs.
All over the world. You know why? Because they don't want to pay tariffs. If they build their cars here, they pay no tariffs. So Japan, instead of making them in Japan or South Korea, instead of making them in Germany with Volkswagen and Mercedes and BMW, they're all building plants here now. They're coming out of...
I don't think this is happening, by the way. Is Volkswagen manufacturing America? They were already doing this. Volkswagen Group of America. Chattanooga assembly plant. They already had one. They're already there. Like, what do you mean? It's just more bollocks. List of Volkswagen Group factories. In 2026, it was announced that 4 factories are going to be shut down. Oh, they're closing some in Germany, not in America. Hang on, let's see. I mean, they got loads of manufacturing plants in China, apparently. I'm just looking at like a big list. There's like a big list of where Volkswagen plants are. There's just like everywhere. They got some in Russia. Yeah, they got the Chattanooga place. I can't understand why they would make another. Why would they make another? Build your dreams made headlights that could use as projectors. You can park and watch a movie from your headlights. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is like 2 months ago.
I'm here at IA.
Chinese EVs can project entire movies from their headlights. What is this? InsideElectricVehicles.com? US recently just allowed adaptive headlights which could automatically adjust their beam patterns to avoid blinding oncoming drivers. US headlight tech is still way behind what's going on in China. Cars being sold in that country can project entire full-color movies in front of them as if they were a rolling drive-in movie theater. America is so finished, dude. They're talking about their fucking shitty 250th state fair anniversary thing with AI crowds because nobody went because everybody hates America. And China have got cars that you could play a movie from. You could project a movie from the car that you drive, and it's electric. You don't have to pay for petrol. Hello, Sapatra. Germany is turning car manufacturing plants into defense production. Classic dying empire shit. Classic dying empire shit. Hey, Soph, how you doing? Everybody, please go show some love to Soph, one of my co-hosts on Red Planet, and just an all-round amazing friend and organizer. I nearly crashed the other day coming up from my parents' new house. Windy road, everyone goes way over the fucking speed limit. People have the high beams on, which nearly made me crash. Yeah, I always think that that's crazy, people with their fucking high beams on. Yeah, no one went because everyone is broke. It's 1,000,000 degrees outside and everybody hates the sopping wet president. Yeah, he's one of the biggest, wettest boys. Huawei showed off the newest version of its headlight tech, X Pixel, at the Huawei Cancun Technology Conference at Beijing Auto Show last week. The headlights now have the ability to project a full range of colors, like a giant movie projector mounted to the front of the car. It means the ability to park your car uses the nearest wall to watch your favorite show or movie, like it's some sort of personal drive-in movie theater. That's so insane, dude. That's so insane. Watching the World Cup on my car. Like, I'm watching the World Cup tonight, lads. Where are you watching it? On my fucking car. In a car park. From my car, bro. That's mad. Hey, Midnight Wolf, welcome in. I can't believe this, bro. This is dying empire as shit.
We're having they're opening car factories now.
Canada, they're coming out of Mexico. Mexico took a lot of our business, so did Canada. They're all coming back. I don't know what the countries are going to do, but they're all coming back. So today, with the ringing of the opening bell for the stock market, those accounts will now begin to grow right along with our booming economy. And
booming economy.
The biggest boom of all right now. You haven't seen anything yet. Between individual contributions and the seed funds $800 million in new capital will be invested in the stock market for America's children this week. And I also think that we're going to be putting numbers in the budget, which will be really spectacular, because it's really not costing us anything. We're giving this money to children so they can have a good life. Very early on, they can have a good life. And we're going to be doing also something we're working on later on, and it'll be also...
Hey, Beyond Redemption, yeah.
And I guess the best definition is they have a plan in Australia, which people really like. It's really worked out very well, incredibly well, and very respected. And we're going to be talking about that with Congress and see if we can implement it. And that would be more for grown-ups as opposed to children, but it's something that's going to be great, I think.
What?
If we can get it done. And
what is it?
Try very hard. But again...
you didn't even say what it is. He was just like, they're doing something in America, I can't wait. They're doing something in Australia, we're gonna do it in America, we're gonna have a look, it's not for children, it's for grown-ups. But what is it? I'll never tell.
Thank Michael and Susan, Brad, and his son Lincoln, as well as Secretary of the Treasury.
Hey, Midwestern cat lady.
Scott Bessent, who has really been an incredible, if you're casting a movie, you put him as the
That could be us, chat. Even with 100% tariffs, a BYD is still cheaper than a Tesla, yeah.
Because he's central casting. Do we agree? When you say...
Central casting. Everybody's really hot.
SBA administrator.
Everyone around me is so hot.
Phenomenal. Chairman of the SEC, Paul Atkins. Paul, thank you. What a job you do. You know, there's always been a problem there, and with you, everything goes smoothly. Although I have to say, Jay did a very good job also, right? During my first term. But Paul's been incredible. Everybody wanted Paul, and he's exceeded expectations, I will say, and everybody knows it. Thank you, Paul. Great job you're doing. Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. I didn't want to lose Kevin. I said, Kevin, you're at a huge disadvantage because selfishly, for a certain other position, and we have another. We had the two Kevins, and they're both great. And a friend of mine, Ted Cruz, we fought each other for a while, and he's a very tough competitor, and we became friends. We were actually great friends before the campaign, and everybody said, will this ever end? In fact, he was doing a rally. He said, could we do a joint rally? That's like you people doing a joint bell ringing. It's like crazy, right? But
what? What is he talking about?
He said, remember we did the joint rally outside in Washington. We had a big crowd, and the media was saying, will it ever end? I said, it will, but not yet. But it ended. But then it came together better than I think. Wonderful job as a senator, highly respected. In fact, somebody said, would you ever appoint him to the United States Supreme Court? Because he's a brilliant lawyer, Ted. I said, well, he's the only one I can think of that's going to get 100 votes. All Republicans will vote for him. All Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out of the Senate.
Ted Cruz always stands like a toddler who's actively proud that he's shit himself.
If I was having a hard time with getting the votes, I would appoint Ted Cruz. I get 100%, a guarantee.
Dodge Rams are rotting in car yards here in Australia. Meanwhile, China diverted a huge shipment of BYDs here due to fuel crisis. Yeah. Australia is going to be one of the first Western nations to realize where the wind is blowing, I think. If we're talking about imperial core countries, I think Australia is pretty soon going to be like, yeah, man, we can't maintain this level of fucking strain. It's not sustainable. We just need to do more business with China.
But when you look at all of the different things that have taken place, and you look at the international nature of what we're doing, because these are all international companies, so many I can't mention because they're too big to mention, the kind of money that's being invested.
China is already their biggest trading partner. Yeah, but it'll just get bigger.
Really incredible. So again, I want to, just because they're friends of mine, but the exchange.
But I'm also talking about splitting from NATO and stuff like that. I'm also talking about symbolically and ideologically splitting from that stuff, you know?
CEO Jeffrey Sprecher is here today. He's an amazing man, amazing success. His wife has done a fantastic job at small business. They call it small business, but when you add it all up, it's probably the biggest.
They call it small business, but it's big business, actually.
World, right? but Kelly has been incredible. And Jeff, thank you very much. New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin.
Dell's wife is high maintenance. Wait, what did he say?
We want to thank. And NASDAQ Chair and CEO Adina Friedman, and NASDAQ President Nelson Griggs. We have all of them.
Oh my God, chat, this is fucking an hour long.
People, thank you very much. Thank you. We've got them all.
Small family-owned mega corporation.
I always, when people walk in, the biggest people in the world, people that are, in many cases, on your exchanges, right? They walk
the biggest people in the world.
They go, oh my God.
They're massive. They're so big.
I can't believe it. I must.
Right, that's not them saying, oh wow, this looks amazing. That's them saying, what the fuck have you done to this place, you fucking freak?
I don't want to use names. Larry Ellison walked in. And he said, what? Where am I? This is so... it takes a while. Actually, if you're negotiating, you have people at a great disadvantage because they're all screwed up, you know? It's a great place. I think it's the most important room anywhere in the world. So I thought it would be
12 feet, sometimes 13.
Right? We seldom do that. But this was the first ever joint bell ringing between the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. And hopefully it won't be the last. I think it's, you know, there are a lot of things you could do together that would be good. It's amazing the way you came together, and it was really easy. And they're competitors. But it's a great tribute, I think, to all of you that you're able to do this. It's people are talking about it. The SEC.
My state's current plan under AUKUS is to have U.S. defense industry as our second biggest after mining, as if that won't piss off China. It's also just like totally unsustainable. Like, why would you buy weapons from U.S. defense contractors when they're so expensive and consistently fail? Mad stuff, you know? Puppets at the back, smile and nod. Hey, and Lucky Lou, how you doing? Yeah, that is what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. Let me ask you, are you shocked that they came? This makes your job, doesn't this make your job a little bit easier? Isn't it nice?
Yeah, it's a colonial-minded vassal, yeah.
Why can't we do that with Democrats and Republicans? Maybe
no, I know that's what the whole point of AUKUS is, but I'm just saying, like, it's just so stupid. It's just completely stupid. But yeah, it is. It's just vassal mindset, yeah.
I think that might be tougher. We like borders. We like things that they don't like. But if parents...
Beyond Redemption says, consistently fail. Iron Curtain has a pretty good track record, I thought. What are you talking about, bro? Also, like, hasn't always looked like this. You don't even follow me, man. Why am I fucking reading your chat messages?
Have not done so already. And they are doing so.
Don't be a weirdo. Numbers. Don't be a weirdo about how fucking women look, yeah? Don't be a fucking weirdo.
They should go right away to trumpaccounts.gov and sign their child.
Iron Dome in Israel. What? Wait, who are you? Wait, who are you? Where are you from? Iron Dome has a good track record. Okay, Baldy. Yeah, you got me, dude. You got me. You got me. I'm bald. Yeah, okay. All right, dude.
For a free investment savings account. And again, a lot of people are people that are uninvolved in terms of they don't have the children, but or their children are older.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy, chat. I'm sorry that you had to find out this way.
Accounts of poor children, financially poor children. And the parents can't even believe what's happening. So it's an amazing thing.
No, it's not the same guy again.
Loved ones, churches, and generous companies and individuals will be able to contribute.
I'm hearing this now for the first time.
To grow throughout the child's life. And again, if we have a good market like we do now, they're going to become...
I'm trying to say I want to lick DJ Mule's bald head. Okay, I've mentioned this before. Don't say fucking weird things about me. Don't say things like you want to lick my fucking head, yeah? Have a week off. See you later.
Actually, very rich.
Yeah, I don't want people making comments like that about me, especially people who are consistent viewers and chatters. You should know that that is not the way to talk about someone. Yeah? You wouldn't say that shit to me if I was sat in front of you in real life, would you? Of course you wouldn't. But don't say it in my fucking chat. Yeah?
They'll have hundreds.
Don't say it about fucking anybody.
Of thousands of dollars. Think of that. Think of it. A child that has no money can have hundreds of thousands of dollars at a very, very young age. Accounts could grow to be worth numbers that nobody ever thought even possible just 6 months ago before we did this. And again, I have to thank Michael and Susan because they were so proactive. It was really amazing. I just think they're amazing people. So Trump accounts are about giving every American child a stake in America's future.
What if no one had any money?
The upside.
We've had numbers that you wouldn't believe. I've invented numbers that you couldn't even think of, like goobabillion bajillion.
And nobody's seen anything like it. And senators like Ted Cruz were at the forefront, and they should be really commended. People have to remember it in the future.
People love consolidating wealth.
So many things I did were so good, and that's only got a 2-year life. Like, as an example, Kevin, I closed the border. We have nobody coming into our country illegally.
It's closed. No one's coming in.
And they say,
America's closed for business, folks.
I said, I'd like to talk about it. They said, nobody cares about the border. You've solved that problem. I said, what kind of a business? You solve a problem, you're not even...
Mule is drinking water from a pint. Right, but a pint is not the glass. It's a pint glass. It's a glass that could contain a pint of fluid. It could be a pint of piss. It could be a pint of cum. It could be a pint of blood. It could be a pint of gravy, right? Whatever. Right, that's the glass. So I'm not drinking water from a pint because that would be me extracting the water from the beer. Because if you're talking about a pint, you want to talk about a pint, drinking a pint, yeah? That is when you're drinking the beer. Pint glasses are normal in British kitchens, yes. It should be said that Chilavina is a Serb who lives in Serbia, so probably is not aware of that. But pint glasses are normal in British kitchens, yes? Because we steal them from pubs. I'll have you know, I would never do that. And I've never done that. Because I don't break the law. I actually got these from Tesco because I broke a bunch of glasses and I actually needed some pint glasses, and I don't go to pubs anymore. So yeah, that's that. There are very specific these are very specific substances, which makes me think that there has been science. That's true. Many such cases. Many such cases. There has been science. We steal ashtrays from pubs. How different our cultures are. I mean, I would like to suggest that that is something that happened before the smoking ban. Because now ashtrays from pubs are all those like very, very inexpensive plastic ones that actually burn sometimes when you leave a ciggy in them. Because they're so badly... Because they don't have proper ashtrays anymore, right? Because they will get stolen from the outside all the time. And people did used to steal proper pub ashtrays. In fact, my granddad had a proper pub ashtray for years. And they all used to be this kind of like... How can I even show you? Pub ashtray UK. What they used to be like. Right, this was the classic. This was the classic. Every pub had one of these. Oh my god, that's just sent me back. That's just sent me back. Fuck me, man. That's crazy, actually. These as well. Oh my god, Stone's Best Bitter. Stone's Best Bitter one. There's another. But you'll notice there's nothing to rest your ciggy on this one. So that's probably why these ones didn't catch on. But I remember these quite a lot. Holston Pills. There's a Holston Pills one. This is one I remember as well. Webster's Yorkshire Bitter. I remember seeing these knocking about. Yeah, classic pub ashtrays. Remember that, chat? Remember smoking in pubs? Of course you don't. None of you are as old as me. Nostalgia for my granddad's 1 foot tall cylinder-ish ashtray with an ice cream scoop thing to dump the ash into a bin. Covering up the smell of piss for years. Exactly. Hey, chat, listen. Talking about covering up the smell of piss. That wasn't a joke. Please consider giving me money. Yeah? Now, you all wouldn't have known that, would you? You wouldn't have had that Carlsberg ashtray in your brain had I not brought that to your attention. Yeah? Chilavina would not have asked the question or, brought up the pint glass conversation and then spoke about stealing ashtrays. And then you would have never seen that green Carlsberg ashtray and you would have never experienced British culture like that, right? You want to talk about British culture, that's British culture. And that's what you come to this stream for, isn't it? Yeah? None of that flag fast shit. We're talking about ashtray stuff. That's what it's about. British culture is ashtrays and pint glasses, pretty much. That's not. Yeah, that isn't ironic at all. That's actually what that is. Oh yeah, I've seen some of them knocking about as well, Barack. Yeah. That's fucking crazy. Anyway, listen. This is my full-time job. I don't get any money other than this from the money that I make from streaming. Yeah, I've got a 6 daily sub goal, and I have got a £55 daily dono goal. Please consider hitting up the tip link in the chat right now in order to contribute and help me out with hitting the daily sub goal. We just need another like £27 or something. What is it? £27? £32 or something? So it's like 6 people donating £5 and 10 pence each, £5 20 pence each or something like that. That's all that we would need to hit the goal. So please consider hitting me up with the tip link that is in the chat right now. About 400 people pass through the stream every day. So please consider being one of the 22 people who could donate to hit the sub goal today. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to the PayPal to help me pay my bills, my rent, take myself on little dates, get little toys from Melpo. Yeah, all that kind of business. And that is that. You can, of course, also subscribe on Twitch. That's up to you. And that means that you can get some emotes and you don't have to watch ads. So it's up to you. 6 subs. That'd be great. Hit me up with a sub. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can indeed subscribe with Prime for free, and I still get the same money that I would for a regular sub. Crazy stuff. And also you get the emotes and the ad-free viewing, so please consider that. Read my last very informative comment. Crown Prince Alexander of Yugoslavia was born on July 17, 1945 in Suite 212 of Claridge's Hotel in Mayfair, London, England. To ensure the baby could retain his royal succession rights, Prime Minister Winston Churchill is widely said to have ceded the suite's sovereignty to Yugoslavia. So go there and you can smoke inside. Claridge's Hotel. There is no shot that that still exists. Oh my god, it does. It still exists. That's fucking crazy. Okay, there's no shot that I can afford to stay there. Claridge's room. Oh my god, look at the state of this. There's no way I'm affording to stay here, chat. There's no way. Especially if you all don't tip. Yeah? Chat, people like me can't go in there. Even if I had the money to go in there, they'd throw me out. They'd be like, you can't talk like that in here. Look, they get like little bags of like, these are like children's organs or something, and they like put them on your back and like they make you young again or some shit. Hot stones? No, it's children's hot organs. That's what it is. They have a TV show about how posh that place is. Look at the kind of food they give you, bro. Look at the kind of food they give you. This is going to cost £5 billion. There's no way. Those are the ashtrays that I was talking. That's what they look like. That's what the ashtrays look like. In pubs. That's what they used to look like. Hang on. Classic pub ashtray. They were very ornate. If they didn't have a brewery ashtray, which a lot of them ones that I showed you previously were, they would have like a glass one. Why don't they have it? Why don't they have like the classic ashtray that's like sort of, it looks like crystalline or whatever? Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm on about, chat? Like, would crystalline be the right way to describe it? Crystalline. Yep, there you go. These ones. These fucking ones. I found them. Every now and then, you'd go into a pub and they would have an ashtray like that. And you'd be like, why the fuck is that so posh? It's the exact thing you were thinking of, yeah. They had loads like that, and I don't know why. There's also like kind of different ones as well that you could get. Like this is kind of a variant on the same kind of thing. Oh, you can't look at that because it's on AliExpress. It won't let me look at it in a different tab. These ones as well. You could get these ones. The thing is that when things started getting really rough in the UK, they just had to stop having these because people would just like pick them up and fucking smash them on people's heads and shit. You got a brown and a green one of them? That's sick. Yeah, they're not crystal. They're just heavy. Yeah, they're just heavy class. The reason that I typed in crystalline is because I didn't know. I couldn't figure out in my head what like this design would be called. It's just like patterned glass, right? Or something. I don't know. My local op shop is full of those. I remember my grandparents had one of those exact ashtrays. Yeah. I used to have one when I smoked. When I smoked ciggies, I used to have one as well. Faceted glass, is that what it's called? Thank you very much, Ground Level News. That's a very, very cool thing to learn. I think these were the most common version. Hang on. You could get them on eBay and shit. I used to have this exact one. Shout out to Aston's in St. Anne's Square Arcade, where I got mine from. I had this exact one. My uncle had those. This is pretty much exactly millimeter for millimeter, the one that I had. And I think it cost me about 15 quid in like 2006, maybe 2005. Those are huge in Eastern Europe. Some pubs still have them. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. I can remember how it felt like. Yeah, they feel really fucking good. Hey, Grandpa Simpson. I picked those up at the thrift store and turned them into bee baths. Oh, that's cute. A bee bath? Do you wash bees? How do you wash a bee? Okay. We've established that I can't afford to go here. That's the end of that. All right.
Allowed to talk about it. Nobody even wants to hear about it. It's pretty tough.
Wash bees nuts.
This is something they're going to be talking about.
They do it themselves, and it's adorable. That's cute.
This is going to grow to levels that I think people have no idea. I already see the numbers. So there could be.
I already see the numbers.
In our 250th year, it is so appropriate. Think of that. We're doing it just at this time, this special time. It's pretty amazing. So I'd like to maybe ask Michael Dell to come up and say a few words.
Michael Dell.
And Adina Friedman and Jeff and some of the people that...
Okay, I can't be bothered with any of this. He's not going to say anything about Iran or anything like that, is he? Where's the press bit?
Well, now his product is great.
A lot of these kids.
The other. Because a lot of people said, Kevin, and a lot of people were saying that oil could go to $300, $350, that Iran cannot have a nuclear before we start. I had a very good call, and I think we're getting close to getting it done.
Mr. President, on the economy, there's been a refocus, it seems, in June to talk about your economic policies. When do you think that message will change the perception of Americans related to the economy?
Well, I think people know. Look, oil is now.
Oil's still hovering around $68 a barrel, by the way, chat. Still not pre-war levels. Although you could argue that it was at $68 a barrel in July last year. But I think that is because, let's have a look. July last year. July 20. Yeah, that's because of the 12-day war that happened in against Iran in June. It was still recovering from a high point because of that. And also petrol's still expensive. It's going back up where I am. Well, yeah, you're getting pounded at the pumps, aren't you? Well, this is the thing, right? This is the thing, right? So here's an important thing to remember, chat, right? When people say the market dictates the value, when economists say things like the market dictates the value of things, that's how that works, and consumption dictates the market. No, they're just chatting rubbish. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? That's not what any of that means. It's not how anything works. So even though the price of oil went up to $112 a barrel for the producer, right, or the manufacturer, it would be the manufacturer because these are barrels of crude oil, so these get, taken to refining facilities, so they maybe take it into petrol or whatever, right? The petrol sellers, they keep their prices up. So even though the price of the barrel has come down for the production, the producers have not lowered their prices. That's not how that works, right? The producers have still kept their prices where they are. So those prices are going to remain that way. The price of petrol is not ever going to go down. The invisible hand of the free market is just the CIA killing people. Right, exactly. Yeah, so, that's how that fucking works.
Now at a level that it was, I think it's even lower on a barrel basis than it was before.
A barrel basis, a ball basis.
Gotten concessions. Now they have to hold those concessions, but there'll be no nuclear weapon. We're going to be getting the, as I call it, dust, the enriched material, nuclear dust, I call it. Seems to have taken off, but
why is he bringing it back? Everyone had forgotten about it. Seems to have taken off. It's only taken off because you fucked up. You fucked up a word. You fucked up a couple of words, and people, I just can't be dealing with it.
It's enriched material. We're getting it.
We're getting it.
I went in for one reason, very strongly.
Nuclear crumbs.
That Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Nuclear microns.
I'm not looking for regime change, although this is regime change. The first regime is gone. The second regime is gone. And I think the third regime is more reasonable, but we'll find out. But we've destroyed their, as you know, completely destroyed 150. They had 159 ships. Every single ship is at the bottom of the sea. We've completely destroyed. They don't have one airplane. They don't have radar. One of the reasons we kept the oil down, because a lot of people...
Playing the hits. He's playing the hits.
Kevin, and a lot of people were saying that oil could go to $300, $350 a barrel, but one of the reasons that prediction wasn't right is we were taking out on average of 10, but sometimes less, sometimes more. 3 weeks ago, we had a night, 22 ships came out of the Strait, and the famous Strait of Hormuz, nobody ever heard of, but that is some big money machine, I'll tell you what. When you look at the numbers, Michael, that makes everything look small.
Michael.
No, wait.
Keeps turning around and talking to Michael. He loves Michael Dell so much. He's like,
Michael, have you heard me talking to the press? Look at this. I'm talking to the press. I bet you'd never think you'd see that. Donald Trump.
And we took out
But
so
you
much
never would have
oil
seen that.
People didn't know, and it was only took a month and a half. They finally found out. They had no radar because their radar was destroyed. So we took them out late at night with no lights, there was no nothing. And our great Navy, which did the greatest blockade anyone's ever seen, not one ship got through in 2 months. And we then freed.
That's right. Not one ship did get through in 2 months, and it wasn't because of you, dickhead. Oh, that's so good. This is great, man. This is really good stuff.
The blockade because we're close to maybe making a deal. I don't know.
Maybe making a deal. Maybe.
One way or the other. We're either going to make a deal or we're going to finish the job. Okay? And it won't be tough to finish the job. I'd rather make a deal.
Double dog blockade.
Because I don't want to affect 91 million people. We can knock down their bridges in 1 hour.
1
Knock
hour.
out their energy supply, all of those big plants that they built, big, beautiful, modern plants. They had a lot of money. They don't have any money now. We haven't given them any money. But we can knock out their electricity and power generating plants in, I would say, a small part of an afternoon. Every plant will be gone. And they know that. They know that. Please. Daniel, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, absolutely, Aurelie Astro. Yeah. I know that you're new here, but this is something that I've spoken about for a long time. Like, yeah, it is of course, a religious doctrine by the Islamic Republic of Iran and Ayatollah Khamenei to not have a nuclear weapon. And it's because, yeah, like, it makes totally sense, right? It makes total sense. Why would you ever, if you were a religious person, if you believe in God, if you believe in doing good things to people in the world and shit like that, why would you ever have a nuclear weapon? It absolutely, and it makes total sense. Like, I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual guy. I think of things in a different way to religions, but I'm definitely like a spiritual individual. But to me, it makes total sense to say something along the lines of a nuclear weapon is an affront to God. If you replace the word God with what I would say, which is nature and the universe, yeah, I agree. I think a nuclear bomb is an affront to the nature and universe. I think it's insane. I think that such a thing is completely insane. And I think that Iran has also demonstrated that they don't need a nuclear weapon to take on the United States, right? They simply don't need a nuclear weapon to take on the United States because they've won. They've totally won. So, you know?
You know why? He's a friendly voice. Go ahead.
I wanted to thank you first and foremost for the Trump account.
You see? That's what I call a reporter. He's actually a great reporter.
So he'll directly benefit from the accounts.
Good. Thank you.
Fast forward 18 years from now, and a lot of these kids are 18, and they can look at the Trump accounts and they see hundreds of thousands of dollars in them. What lesson do you hope they'll walk away from and think about you regarding this program, and do you think this will go down as one of, if not the signature policy achievements of your
I hope so. I think it will. I really believe it's going to be one. I think we've done a lot of great things, but I think this will be one of the top. It's going to teach children to be entrepreneurial as opposed to the threat of communism that you're seeing a lot. This is not social democrats, by the way. That's a beautiful, we're social democrats, they say. They're not social, they're communists. They want to destroy our country. We're not going to let that.
They don't. They do say that they're the democratic socialists of America. They do say that they're the democratic socialists of America. Not quite communism, but he's getting it mixed up, which is funny. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I can't wait to see how the midterms go. Genuinely, I can't. I do think that the DSA candidates are going to absolutely go insane. They're going to get loads of votes. I think they're going to win. And I think it's going to scare the shit out of the Dems. It's going to scare the shit out of Trump. It's going to scare the shit out of everybody. And there's going to be an absolutely insane Streisand effect thing happening with the DSA, where Trump and the Democrats are all going like, the DSA, they're evil. And like the silent majority of America, which has been for literally almost a century, wishing just for healthcare, right? They just want fucking healthcare. They want to be able to afford rent. And they're going to look and go, Well, that Mamdani did it in New York, didn't he? And there's these like vast swaths of apathetic, people who are registered to vote but have never voted before in their lives because they don't want anything that the Dems have got to offer, and they definitely don't want anything that the Republicans have got to offer. They're going to see these Democratic Socialists of America and go, oh, actually, these guys make sense. Yes, I would like that stuff. Right? And I think that will be because of the Streisand effect. Because, when you look at what Fox News is saying about these guys, you've got Fox News and they just like list off all these like, very basic policies like free healthcare, end funding to Israel, freezing the rents, stopping landlords, all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, you're just making them sound really good. Really, really good. I think they're going to make it even more popular and or just kill all of their members. One of those. Yeah, but they've also got the issue that like a lot of people in the DSA are also pro Second Amendment, right? And they're also pro organizing in terms of like, they're doing like anti-ICE rapid response and all that kind of stuff, I think it's going to be interesting. And they couldn't. The USA is pretty experienced in destroying socialist movements and shit like that, but Trump has done a lot of work to destroy the organizations that kind of do that. Because he was like, we're spending too much money on these operations. What do these operations even do? They don't do anything. It's all deep state. We're draining the swamp. We're getting rid of it. All this funding. The FBI, we could just have Kash Patel. Kash Patel is just in charge of that. CIA, that's mine. That's mine now. Don't worry about it. So I guess, remains to be seen. Right? Oh, very good stuff.
It happened. But this helps. Even from the parent standpoint, they see their child getting richer and richer as the market goes up.
They're destroying the state's capacity to react. That's the thing, right? That's the crazy thing. And it's like, yeah, they still have prisons, yeah, they still have judges, and they can put you away. They still have cops, they still have militarized police and shit like that. All those things remain true. I'm not saying that they don't and stuff like that, but there is a deep rot that has been at the heart of America for a long time, which is capitalism and genocide, colonialism, right? That has manifested in something that is actively harming the state itself, and the war in Iran. And he's gonna, chat, you gotta remember, he is going to invade Iran, and it is gonna go very, 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 very badly for America. So that is gonna have a not insignificant effect on how America can defend itself internally from people organizing, right?
They have money. But if it goes up, they could become.
I'm just going to make some tea real quick, chat.
And the parents are going to be watching, and we're all going to be watching, and we're part of a very big and very beautiful game. It's going to bring them into the mainstream. It's going to bring them into recognizing, like Michael Dell. I said, how the hell did you start this thing? What he built is incredible. Now his product is great. But as he said, he made them, I guess, laptops. He made a better laptop on his bed in a dorm than they sold in the store. So he started selling them, I guess, probably during college. I don't know where the hell you started selling them, but you sold a lot of them. And it just cascaded. And then his greatest deal was he met Susan, and she probably guided him beautifully. That was probably his most important thing. And they have great children, great everything. But, it's a beautiful story. Think of it. They gave $6,250 million. And there's a rumor he's giving more. I don't know if it's certain. I'm not holding him. I mean, it's hard to say, hey, how about doubling up, right? But think of that. And started with no money. He had a great brain, which is, that's better than money, I think. But, it's like an amazing story. And that can happen with other people. Maybe not to that extent. Maybe there could be a few to that extent, but not to that extent. But that can happen with some of the people here, some children living in poverty. It can happen. And now they have a real chance. It's a big thing. It's a big thing.
Still waiting on some donos on the last call to action, chat. Please consider tipping the stream. we would normally be so close to the dono goal, the daily dono goal at this point in the stream, and we are not. So please consider helping me do that. I'm only asking that people donate £2, £5, same amount that you would spend on a sub on Twitch. I just need 6 or 7 people to donate £5, and we can hit that goal.
Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask you, can you describe your phone call with Gianni Infantino about the red card? And Belgium is appealing the decision. What's your reaction?
You're asking me about the whole soccer thing? So, yeah, I did. I spoke to Johnny, who's highly respected, who's produced...
What is he doing to children to have for them to have a chance to be rich in the future? That's what this whole press conference is about. He's talking about the Trump accounts, which is every kid in America, I think, can now have $1,000 given to them by the government, but it's not $1,000 given to them. It's just money that they're only allowed to invest in the stock market, and that maybe they could take it out at some point, but they can't, and they don't, and they won't, or they won't let them, or whatever. I don't know. So, you know, yeah, it's mad stuff.
Successful World Cup in history by, they say...
It's held in a trust, is that what it is, right?
4 times. This isn't just a success. I actually said, Johnny, we've got all these games. Each one is turning out to be a Super Bowl. And we have all these games. You know, when you think...
They're turning out to be a Super Bowl.
I watched last night.
Yeah, he's moving tax money into the stocks market to make line go up. That's exactly what he's doing, and he's doing it via children. It's so insane.
Game that was with Mexico and England.
At what age can kids take the money out, and what will the tax rate be? Yeah. Good question. Next.
I mean, 2 countries, I don't know the players, although I think Kane is a great player. See, I played golf with him, and I like him a lot. He's a good golfer, too. But he's really great. But I watched, and no reason for me to watch, and you couldn't take your eyes off the game. Because I said, Johnny, you know, you have all these games, because they added games. In a country where really it's not our main sport, to put it mildly. And this has been 4 times more successful. He told me last night, the numbers are 4 times greater. They think 50 or 60 million people are going to be watching the game tonight. I mean, you know, this is getting to be Super Bowl numbers. But you have a game tonight, and they think they're projecting a minimum of 50 million people watching a game. We call it soccer. It's called football, I guess, but we can't really call it football because it gets there's a little confusion. So yeah, you call it soccer. We're the only ones that do that, but we have football. And football's great. But I've never seen anything like it. So I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete, and I understand sports really well.
Wait, what?
Never seen anything like it. So I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete.
Was he, chat? Was he a good athlete? This is where he talks about jock Trump.
I was a jack. I was the quarterback. That's right. I was the key player.
Cheating at golf equals good athlete, correct.
007 Trump.
He called it a bad. So see the tennis picks. He's not a good athlete. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Well, the kids or their parents get to decide whether the stocks are Israeli corporations. Yeah, that's a good question. Next.
And I understand sports really well. Really well. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was 2 guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other.
It was a foul, by the way, chat. It was a foul. I don't know anything about football. I don't like any of the things that you like, chat. Yeah. But I saw the pictures. I've seen all this. People are talking about it in the news. It was a foul. The guy nearly broke the other guy's ankle. Right? It's insane. I was all for red card. You don't land inside the ankle like that unless you're going for it. It's fucking crazy. The picture is insane. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. USA red card. Balogun. That's the guy's name. Balogun. Yeah, you could so clearly see what he's doing. It's fuck it. The ball is like this is just nuts, bro. Look at where his foot is, bro. They're saying he's very dirty. That's kind of like a Trump phrase.
They're saying he's a dirty player, very dirty. He doesn't play by the rules, not very sportsmanlike.
Who are they playing? Who is this? The fact he called up any sport to complain about a decision is wild. Yeah, you can't do that. Oh, it was Bosnia. They were playing against Bosnia, yeah. They need to be revoking Kwanzas now. What's Kwanzaa? Who's Kwanzaa? Is that another player? Such a clear red, scraping the foot down the leg. You can see it's like fucking like... You know? And this is clearly like, he's not kicking the ball away here, right? Like, he is... Like, the ball is coming towards them, and they're trying to fight for dominance and get the player, right? Kwanzaa is an England player who got a red in the last game, right? There were Yanks in Hassan's chat saying the card was bullshit. When Hassan pulled it up, he called them insane. Yeah, yeah. Ridiculous. Like, come on, man. You don't need to be a patriot over shit like this. You can hold your hands up when your team has done a thing that you don't like. For Logan, whose parents flew to New York to have him and then went to England after his birth, that's what the chuds call birth tourism. So this guy would just like not be on the team if the Save America Act goes through, right? Sudden American experts in the sport. Yeah, that's always fun. That's always fun. When Americans get so hogged up, they let the hog within them take control. And they're like, that's no red card, brother! This is a great American player, brother! We're the best!
Me, Satan.
We're the best of this game, brother!
For the money.
Morrigan, thank you so much for the 6.66. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. We have unlocked Melpo Cam, but he is sadly nowhere to be found. I will try and locate him for you, chat. I promise. But thank you for the £6.66. Thank you, Morrigan. We're so close to hitting the dono goal. Well, we're not. We're halfway, but we're more than halfway, chat. Come on, let's go.
Take your foot and properly place it on somebody else's foot when you're going. No, these were two great athletes that got tangled up, and this referee who is a little bit suspect. If you check his past, I don't want to say that because I don't like to create controversy, but very suspect. If you'd like, I'll provide you with the past. He made a call that nobody could believe. You know, even people on the other side, they say, "Oh, we got lucky. Wow, that's." And it's very interesting. They say they don't show them in slow motion, and I never realized that. I never heard of that before. That they're not allowed to review in slow motion because it's so different. Because you'll take one little quarter of a second and you'll see that a hand is touching a neck or you'll see something. Whereas when you see it in fast motion, it will look like two guys collided, which is really what happened. They got sort of entangled. He didn't do anything wrong. And he's our best player or one of our best players, a very vital player. And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game, at least in the next game. I said, boy, that's a big, you know, if it happened to another player, it would have been unfair. But when they take your best player or just about, they have some great players, and they say you can't play, that's very unfair. That's, you know, it's one thing to penalize somebody for the game, but how do you penalize them for a game that hasn't been played yet? It's very unfair. You can't do that. So, yes, I asked for a review by FIFA. I spoke to a man who's highly respected, and by the way, whose level of respect has gone up tenfold. And he was good before this started, but you know, he really pushed it in this country. I'm the one that got them to do it. It was not Biden. Biden was a
Biden didn't do it.
I got him to do it. In fact,
Biden didn't do it.
Latex Jewel, hey, yeah, it's fair when the most powerful people on earth change rules because they randomly caught it on TV, but somehow can't investigate who bombed an Iranian school or ICE murdering citizens of their own nation. Yeah, that's how it goes.
It's very sad because I got him to
I don't get it, so I don't know why it's unfair. I think it's very unfair. It's an unfair decision.
And if the progression was normal, I would have been...
Biden wouldn't have allowed it. Biden,
Democrats
you better believe the woke Biden administration was very bad on abusing their power to influence the outcome of sports decisions.
Man, we should have just let
There's fucking Chipmunk in the back. He's just like not changing. His entire face, like, he isn't even really smiling. He's just kind of doing this. You know, just show the teeth a bit. He's looking kind of high, yeah.
This way we would have had him gone. But I said, you know, the saddest thing is...
Would have had him gone. Get rid of him, deport him.
I tried to claim 250 years too, but that didn't work. They said, that one is what it is. No, I tried, but it didn't work. But wait. So I got him. I was so proud of it. And then I realized, you know, I wouldn't be president during that because I would have been out of office by that time. I felt badly. The beautiful thing about what I did is I ran. I never thought of it. And then all of a sudden I realized, you know, I just got the Olympics, and I totally got that myself. And I just got FIFA. I got that myself. We gave a little piece to Canada, gave a little piece to Mexico. I got that myself. And a lot of people helped, like that man right there, Kevin. A lot of people, you know that. We worked hard on that, and we got it. But what we didn't know is how successful it was going to be. I didn't know. I said, Johnny, is anyone going to show up? Because, you know, we're not, again.
This guy's literally an alien. I just don't know how a person can be like this. It's just really uncanny. There's like something really uncanny about this guy. Who is this guy? Does anyone know who he is?
And we're not really, I think soccer's doing much better, but I couldn't imagine. If you would have said to any very smart of these, like people like this, that the numbers they're doing now would be happening, they've never seen anything like it. Think of it. Take the most successful Olympics or the most successful FIFA, and you look at what's happened. You look at the numbers for this in the United States, just compared to FIFA, and it's numerous times more. It's not like 10% more, 2% more, 5% more, which is more expected. It's like 4 times more successful than anything they've ever done. In fact, I said to Johnny, let's do it again next time. And he said, that would be hard. I said, no, you do it again. But at the same time, you give it to somebody else for the next one. I don't know. It's a little crazy idea. But all I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, you know, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was 2 great athletes that crashed into each other. I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, you know, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was 2 great athletes that crashed into each other and got it.
Like their cars. That's so funny.
They crashed into each other. It happens all the time.
Entangled. That was not a guy.
I was about to say before he said that. I was about to say, his normal voice is coming back. I don't know what's happened. Like whatever drugs they got him on, it's worn off. It's over now. And he's talking like he normally does.
Punching somebody in the face or anything.
Is it just because he's been talking for a bit? Like, we just caught him in the morning? Is that what this news thing is? He just woke up 2 hours ago or something?
You know, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, you know, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do. But and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say, how would you feel if I took, we take Messi out? Look, you know, he ran into somebody. Or we took Ronaldo.
That's how that works. If Ronaldo is going around on the pitch and stamping on people's ankles, you have to get punished. That's how that works. You can't just play like that. You can't play like the kids in Always Sunny when they're teaching the kids basketball or coaching the kids basketball and shit. You can't do a Mac and be like, Right, what you do is you get your sweatband and you put the safety pin in, sharp end out. That's what you do, yeah? And you want to be doing a lot of this, and you want to be doing a lot of this. You stamp on another kid's foot. You're going to break that kid's foot in 3 places, okay? That's how we win the game.
Ronaldo.
You can't just do that. You can't just do that.
You bunked into somebody, we're going to take you out of a game. He's great. Well, Harry Kane, we're going to take you out of the game, Harry, because you happen to hit somebody a little bit harder than you can't do that. If you would have taken him out, I think
Thanks for the follow.
Really stained this incredible champion. We got to have our best players, and Belgium's got a great team, by the way. We got to have our best players, and they have to have their best. And if we win or we lose, it's fair. Otherwise, let's say we lost him and we lose the game. It would be a terrible thing. So I think they made a really brilliant decision. I think the referee's call was horrible. And nobody talks about that. They talk about the red card like it's fine. Nobody talks. The referee's decision to red card. I didn't know what the hell a red card was. When I found out, I said, you got to be kidding. Lost him and we lose the game. It would be a terrible thing. So I think they made a really brilliant decision. I think the referee's call was horrible. And nobody talks about that. They talk about the red card like it's fine. Nobody talks. The referee's decision to red card. I didn't know what the hell a red card was. When I found
I didn't know what the hell a red card was. Insane. That's so insane. How do you not know what a red card? A red card is literally when you're like a baby, right? When you're like a baby and you watch football for the first time and you see ball go in net, that's goal. And then you see referee go and hold the thing up. You go, wow, what's that? And your dad or mum or parent or whatever goes, red card, yellow card or red card. And you go, oh, what's yellow card? Yellow card is a warning. Red card is you gotta go. You know that from when you're a baby. You know that from when you're a baby and you watch football for the first fucking time. And he's like, I didn't even know what a red card was. So I had to phone the referee and say, don't do this. I can't believe it. You've got to change the rules. No more red cards in football. That would be crazy. I've known it means you need to leave the game since it was 4 and I've never watched football. In England, it is so popular of like a thing to know is that people use it to describe a faux pas in a conversation, right? So like when you've done like a faux pas in a conversation, some people will go, oh, that's a red card. People say it's offside. They say, oh, you're offside with that. You bang offside. Right? And offside's a little harder to understand, but yeah, it's an idiom everywhere, right? It's like, oh, red card, mate. Like, that's, you know, that's bad. You can't be saying that. It's ridiculous. And he's like, we can't have that. We can't have red cards in football. No way.
I said, you got to be kidding. This guy just hands up. Okay, your best player is not going to play next week or in the next game. I said, wow, that's a lot of power. That's terrible. But then I looked at his past, and it wasn't so great. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President, are you going to talk to the Belgian Prime Minister before the game?
I didn't think of it, but I would. He's a good man. I will tell you this. The people in Belgium, if they win the game, they can be very proud. If they would win the game with a player missing, it would have been a different feeling. You can't do that. And
yes, you can.
All I did was ask for a review. I didn't say you have to do this.
They have other players. They have other players that you can replace them with. Fucking hell, man. Unless they don't, and you are just playing with 10 men. But that's football, bro. That's fucking football.
This man is a smart, tough man. Gianni Infantino. He's a smart, tough man. And his stock has gone through the roof because the job he's done has been great. And I feel we have to have all the best players on the field. You can't take the best players. Yeah, please.
On the Trump accounts, thank you. Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. What is your plan to facilitate broad adoption of these? And you mentioned, the communist issue.
Yeah, that's a really bad load of power. Referees shouldn't have that power, so I use my power to stop them from using that power.
Particularly that crowd, to get them to participate in this.
Yeah.
Since I see Anthony Populano's here, and he's probably going to ask, is Bitcoin in any way going to be related to this in the future? Are there plans to put Bitcoin into Trump accounts?
Well, I've become a big crypto guy only for one reason. If we don't have it, China's going to have it, and they would like to have it. But now they're not even trying that hard because we've taken over crypto.
No, they're not trying that hard because it's a total scam. That's why. Because the applications of it are completely meaningless in a socialist country.
But I'm a fan. I wasn't initially. I didn't know much about it. But for some of my first term, I wasn't.
As Keith lobbied FIFA to rescind Kwanzaa's one-game ban. Yeah, Atomic already said that. You all know that he doesn't have the spine for it. He became a crypto guy because he learned about rug pulls. Yeah, exactly. That was what was in my head the whole time he was answering this.
I wasn't much involved, but I'd watch. And I watched it grow, and it's a huge industry. And I got involved in a little bit for politics.
Crime, I love crime. I do the most of them.
People love crypto. And even me as a businessman, I'd see a lot of money starting to come in with Bitcoin and, the different forms. And I said, this thing's got a lot of life. And then I hear China was going to make a heavy move on it, just like they do for AI. By the way, we're leading China substantially in AI, by substantial. And one of the reasons is when they build these big plants, I allow them to build their electric generating units, whether they use nuclear or oil and gas, whatever they want to use, they can use. Except wind, we don't allow wind. Wind is terrible. It just doesn't work. It's too expensive, no good, bad for the environment. But, and they're building their own.
Bad for the environment? That's crazy. That sounds woke.
Own plants with some of the greatest electric producing plants that you've ever seen. I mean, they're teaching the companies that produce electricity.
I can't believe Trump's going woke.
Teaching them how to do a plant. So that was my decision. That was my idea, because we have an old grid. It's tired. It's old. It would take years to fix it. And now we're actually taking the excess energy that they make. We need.
No, but it's funny that he's changed his, anti-windmill stuff to be it's bad for the environment. He's going to be talking about the thing about, recycling windmill blades, right? That's what they say, right? It's the blades, they don't degrade and shit like that, and blah. But, it's totally insane that he's saying, it's bad for the environment. It's what do you think a nuclear reactor is, bro? You think a nuclear reactor is good for the environment? You think nuclear waste is good for the environment? You think that shit's good for the environment, bro?
More than double the energy. If you take all of the electric that we have now, you need more than double it to power that industry, which is so shocking. When I first heard that, I said, no, you mean a little. I couldn't believe that, Jeff. I heard more than double. So all the electric we make for everything to power that one industry. Now, with that being said, it's a massive industry, and it's going to be for good. I mean, look, we're going to have guardrails, and we have guardrails.
What do you mean?
A couple of weeks ago, we were able to stop something that we didn't like. And by the way,
what are you talking about?
Company was very good. They were very good. You know that. But it can be used for tremendous good, and mostly good and some bad, and the bad we have to stop. But it's a massive industry, and I think things are going to happen. What you're seeing here with the kids, I think something could happen in that regard too, with a contribution to the people of our country. I'll give you a little inside information. Am I allowed to do that, Miss? Well, we have Paul. Am I allowed to do that? That's a little inside information. You understand? Scott, you know what I'm talking about. No, I think you're going to see a contribution made by those, because they're making tremendous amounts of money. They're also creating tremendous, the things that are happening in the world of medicine because of AI is not even believed. I'm friends with many doctors because of what I'm doing as president, and I've become very friendly with a lot of them. They're great. Yeah, they're great as long as they tell me I'm healthy, okay? When they tell me I'm healthy, so far so good. Where's a piece of wood? There it is. But a couple of them got together last week and they said, we can't believe the progress that's been made in disease. Things that they didn't think would happen for 10 years happen in a matter of minutes, matter of seconds. So that's going to be used for good. But we're leading China by a lot. We're leading everybody. Crypto's the same thing. If we didn't do it, China would do it. It's a massive industry. And frankly, when I went very pro-crypto, as you know, Biden was totally against it, but he has no idea what crypto is. He had no idea. He didn't have a clue. But they were very violently against it. They were putting people in jail. What they were doing to the crypto was horrible. It's amazing it survived that onslaught. It was a weaponization of government. So when I went very much for it, and I must have gotten, I think I got 100% of the vote. But what happened is, I think it was 100 million people. That's a big industry, and that means some pretty good things. But what happened is Biden then, after he was getting killed, he was down so much, all of a sudden they became pro-crypto. And their head of the SEC was horrible, unlike Paul, who's really good. No, I mean, he's the best man for the job. Everybody wanted him. But he was horrible. What he was doing.
Okay. Sure. Whatever you say, bro.
Going to the crypto, they were putting people in jail. Oh, you know that better than anybody. Good people, great, prestigious people. They were putting them in jail.
Oh, no.
And I said, you got to be kidding. And they were trying to destroy the industry. Okay, ready? So now I'm killing Biden. I'm winning by so much. And all of a sudden, he becomes totally pro-crypto. They dropped all investigations of everybody. They allowed.
Yeah, he's talking about Bankman-Fried. Or whatever. Yeah.
Allowed people to come out of jail. And every time I see a crypto guy where they dropped an investigation, I said, you're lucky I'm president, because they, I don't know if you know, the Biden administration.
I'm corrupt and I forced the police to stop investigating people who were doing crypto crimes.
She became totally pro-crypto that last couple of months because they were getting killed. Because crypto has a tremendous audience. So yeah, I'm very much for crypto because it's not a question of a personal thing. Because I let my kids do whatever the hell they do, they can do. I don't ever talk to them about it. I'm allowed to, I think. I'm allowed to.
This is so ridiculous, man.
I don't bother because this office is a much higher calling. So I make, as president, the president of the United States get essentially
a provost of nothing. I never talk to my kids about this stuff. I probably could, but I don't. I could, but I don't. I think I'm allowed.
$500,000 for 4 years, right? Wait a minute. It's spread out over a period of 4 years. It's about $2.5 million. I waived my salary. Now, I figured, because we've had other wealthy presidents. We've had Kennedy, and we've had FDR was very wealthy. Teddy Roosevelt was wealthy. And one of the wealthiest, believe it or not, was George Washington, who wasn't in the White House, but there are pictures of him surveying this ground. He's the one that sort of picked the location. I think he made a good choice. He picked a good location. But George Washington had two desks in his pre-White House. One was, and they were right next to each other. One was for business, and one was for the presidency. He had two desks in the same room. And so you're allowed to, but I choose not to. I don't talk to my kids about, this stuff. But I will say this, to me, cryptos are very powerful. A lot of people are using it, Bitcoin. They're using it at levels that I don't think anybody understands really how powerful. And if we didn't do it, China would do it in a minute. And if we let our guard down on AI, if I didn't come up with the idea for electric plants, producing plants, they become a utility. Basically, these guys producing, you might as well put them down. Paul, I think you should mark them down as utilities because frankly...
Chat, did I tell you I made these last week? That's what they call a blondie, yeah? It's like a brownie but with white chocolate instead. And I thought, I could probably make this if I just follow the brownie recipe but don't put cocoa powder or cocoa chocolate chips in, and I just use white chocolate instead of the dark chocolate. I've always wanted to make them, but I usually fuck it up. Well, this is what I did, and what I can tell you is, I think what I did is bad, because they don't taste good.
In many ways, I'm more impressed by their electric plants.
Right, when I make chocolate brownies with the same recipe, they taste fucking amazing. And they're vegan. But this is not vegan, and this is like very mid. Very, 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 very mid.
Top of the buildings, alongside of the buildings, standalones right next door. But you have to see some of the electric producing, the generating plants that they're making. Nobody's ever seen, because they're brilliant.
The generating plants.
And it's a fantastic thing. But if I didn't come up with that idea, maybe somebody else would have. I doubt it.
It's not the same recipe. Do you have to make something different? Blondies. Blondie recipe. Yeah, I think you gotta absolutely blast these in the butter, sugar, egg, vanilla extracts or bean paste, flour, baking powder, white chocolate, vegan blondie recipe. Vegan blondies. Are they supposed to have raspberries in? White chocolate behaves differently in recipes. Blondies are more like a cookie than a brownie. Oh, well, I'm never making these again. That's the recipe. Vegan butter, sugar, vanilla, nut butter, plain flour, corn flour, baking powder, vegan white chocolate. Okay, yeah, I really fucked it up. White chocolate and raspberries is a top combo. Yes, correct. But I prefer strawberries. I prefer straws. I don't like the sour of raspberry. That's the problem. I just don't. I know that it goes really well together. I just don't like it. That's the end of that.
Because it's too simple. I mean, it's such a simple idea. Do you know that your friends, Michael, when I came up with that, and I told
your friends,
Mark Zuckerberg, I told Bezos, I told all of the people, AI, Sam, Elon, I told them,
AI, Sam,
I'm going to let you build your own plant, and I'm going to get you fast approvals. They thought I was kidding. You know, they said, and they would submit plans without an electric plant. And I'd get calls from Lee Zeldin, who's a star,
Elon,
environmental, fast approvals, good approvals, but fast. And they call up and say, sir, these plants are not taking advantage. And I call them and say, why aren't you producing? They said, we thought you were, every one of them, they thought I was kidding because they can't believe it. Number one, they can't believe that they're approved in a period of a matter of weeks, because if this was somebody else, it would be 20 years before. They're all under construction.
We 20 years.
Rapid approvals. And some are nuclear plants, because nuclear is now really hot and safe. You know, I was not a huge proponent until...
I can't believe that they're saying that they're going to build nuclear power plants next to these fucking AI data centers. It is so insane. It is so completely mental. And they won't be online for 20 years, yeah. Like, they could do green data centers, couldn't they? They could like, I don't know, well, it's probably impossible because of the water usage, but you could have a bunch of solar panels on the top, I guess. That's the only way that you could do it. Only possible way to make public attitude to data centers worse. Yeah, if they're green. Don't nuclear plants require a shit ton of water as well? Yeah, so they'll require twice as much water as they would have done normally.
2 or 3 years ago, and then I saw what my uncle was a big
Oh, with nuclear plants next to him. Oh, yeah, of course,
Better than anybody, I think. Anybody in the world, probably. He was the smartest guy. He was at MIT, the head, for 41 years. And he said to me one day, he said, you know, nuclear is going to be the most important thing, but it's also got to be watched. It's got to be watched very carefully because it can build the world, but it can also destroy the world. He said that. I said, Uncle John, that was a long time ago. But he was exactly right. He called it exactly right. But what they've done with nuclear in terms of generating energy is absolutely, you know, a submarine can run at full speed.
No, nuclear is not green. Don't be saying shit like nuclear is green because it just isn't. It just isn't. You gotta find somewhere to put the waste. That's not a green. Like, I hate the way that nuclear is fucking greenwashed. It just isn't. Where are you putting that nuclear waste? Where are you putting it? Where are you putting the expired isotope? What are they called? The rods. They run out. They have to go somewhere, and they fucking, you know, it's only 10,000 years per waste. What's wrong with that? Yeah, they don't degrade for 10,000 fucking years. Like, there's no solution for nuclear waste. There's just no solution for it. So it's just like, you know,
for 30 years.
Yes, you could say it's less carbon intensive, and that would be true, right? Of course, yes, that's true. But what are we doing to the planet still? Like, what are we still doing to the planet? Like, by, you know, it's like burying nuclear waste underground, even if it's in like a big fucking cement thing. You know what I mean?
Without having to refuel. The only thing it has to do is come up every 90 days for food. They can't solve the food problem, but think of it.
Thorium reactors are green though. Yeah, but they don't exist. They're not built yet. They're not done like a version that exists, that works. You know, so it's like, it's all well and good saying this like thing that doesn't exist is green. It's like, I could say, I've invented a kind of coal energy that like, it just magically absorbs the coal into thin air. It doesn't mean that coal power is now green, because that thing that I made up doesn't work and doesn't exist.
A submarine, without having to gas up, can run for 30 years at full speed without stopping.
Western Australia is where all the sub-nuclear waste is going from the US and the UK. They're trucking it past houses and schools right near me. Hell yeah, brother, that's so sick. That's so sick.
Who would believe a thing like that? But fortunately, we have the best technology and we have the best submarines. It's something we lead the world in by 15 years. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
What?
I said thank you so much, Mr. President. Jennifer Schonberger of the Alpha Finance. On the Trump accounts, SpaceX.
Nuclear power is pushed here by the oil industry to postpone renewables. This is the biggest, most egregious bit of all of it. Right? The biggest, most egregious bit of all of it. Like, you know, talk about thorium or the potentials of like cold fusion or whatever you want, right? Whatever you fucking want. Right? Oh yeah, you know, potential nuclear futures where it's this or this or this or this or this. Whatever. Fine. But it doesn't exist yet. And the main proponents of nuclear power are fucking oil executives, right? Literally. Because they are just terrified of anything that is renewable. We need to be stopping producing carbon right now, not in 20 years. Exactly, yeah, they don't go online for 20 years. It takes them ages to do. We have solar panels right now where we could just like shut down, you know, coal plants in the United States and then all of a sudden replace the wattage with solar panels, but the government just won't do it. They just won't do it because they're bought by the oil industry.
The president has said that she's going to donate shares to the Trump accounts. Have you spoken at all with Elon Musk about further share donations as well as other corporate leaders about
They sound killer. Have any of you seen the One Race 250 US anniversary shirt? What the fuck? Oh, yeah. That's a bit crazy. Oh, wait, hang on. All I'm getting here is IndyCar from this year. Type it up. Oh, I just did that and it's just giving me IndyCar stuff. Promoting the Grand Prix. Oh, that's where it's from. Hi, Anglo Punk. It's literally just this. How do I get like a, I'm gonna have to do a screenshot. One nation, one race. That's crazy. That's so crazy. They knew what they were doing, man. They knew what they were doing. Look at the fascists, or whatever they're called, the symbols for fascism. Oh yeah, he's got, oh yeah, look at that. This motherfucker is resting his hands on the actual fasces. Which is the, how do I bring up a picture of this? Fasces. Yes. Which is literally where the word fascism comes from. It's kind of like a really cursed, fucked up version of... Where's the picture that I'm after? Oh, fuck. Where did I put that? Oh, it's a screenshot, isn't it? Yeah, it's where the word fascism comes from, the fasces, because fascism is like a really cursed, fucked up shit, unworkable version of communism, where basically they're like, yeah, if you just like get a bundle of sticks together, it makes axes really strong, right? If you just like bundle them all together and stuff, that's the idea. And it's like, yeah, but fascism doesn't make that happen. Fascism doesn't actually make that happen. It makes everybody really fucking individualist and you all kill each other eventually. Because you're just jealous of each other's fucking power. That's how that goes. But yeah, he's... Yeah, he's got his hands on one of them. Pretty on the nose, isn't it? Pretty on the nose. Who the hell is the guy on the Lincoln Memorial? Don't worry about that. That was just me bringing up the wrong picture. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Looks like the Stig. It does look like the Stig, yeah. But it's just a race car guy. I've heard the symbolism is punishment, sticks are for hitting and axes are for executions. Oh, is that actually what it's supposed to be? I thought that it was supposed to be when everybody comes together of the same race who is strong. You make it strong and you stick together. It is an old Roman symbol, you're right. Mussolini shit. They're a weapon that legates had. I'm with you. Well, every day's a school day, even for me. Maybe I just read that by reading some, like, fash slops say that that's what it was.
I'm like a cheerleader for geniuses. I love genius.
This is great. That's great to just, like, fucking click right into that. Right back into that.
I'm like a cheerleader for geniuses. I love Elon Musk. He's a genius. He is a genius.
People. He's a high IQ person. I love high IQ people. And I speak to Elon, I speak to Mark, I speak to Jeff, I speak to everybody. By the way, in the first term, less so. In fact, at my first inauguration, none of them were standing behind me. They were just the opposite. And now at this last inauguration, every one of them was standing behind me. It was sort of amazing. No, I speak to all of them. And I encourage them. I want them to be tremendously successful. Now,
they already are. So, you win, I guess. You can hang it up and go home now, bro.
There's a thing called TikTok. Have you heard of it? I was watching TikTok this morning.
Chat, we're so close to the end of the stream. It's getting really late here. We're only at £30 donated for the daily dono goal. Please consider subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream by doing that. We just need, what would it be? £25. What is that? 5 people donating £5 each, and we will hit the dono goal for the day. Please consider hitting that link and tipping me up. Can you translate fasci to English? What's the English word for a bundle of sticks? We don't have one. What if the English-speaking fascists call them that word that's in English? Don't answer that. Just think about it. Oh, you're talking about the F slur. Yeah. You're talking about the F slur. But I don't think it's quite that. Because the F slur in... no, they're not related. They're not related. The F slur comes particularly from... like, a burning F word would be the end... It would be like sticks from a fire that were just like firewood kind of thing. And the F slur comes from people saying, oh, you're gathering F slurs, right? You're gathering F slurs, which would be woman's work. And so that just became the F word. And that's also why cigarettes were also shortened to a short version of the F word, because they resemble sticks on the fire that are small sticks that would have been collected by women. That's women's works. You're an F word. You're smoking an F word. Right. So there you go. That's how that works. That's where that comes from.
She's fantastic. And on her show, they were talking about the dangers of TikTok. And it's Chinese, a whole thing with spying and what they're doing with it. Well,
didn't know that about SIGs, yeah.
It was announced about 2 days ago. The new numbers just came out. You know who the number one person in TikTok is by far? Trump, me.
The number one person in TikTok. Chat, I need you to make me the number one person in my stream to have the £55 dono goal for the day.
I just got...
That's what I need from you.
One. Like Taylor Swift was number 11.
5 people donating £5. We can do it, chat. Come on.
And the numbers just came out. And I said,
we can do it.
I'm hearing about how they influence. They're talking about their tremendous danger because they influence, but if they influence so badly, I mean, I'm saying all things like I love our country, we got to stop communism, we got to this and that. We're doing a lot of things.
You're doing a lot of things.
Number one. It was sent to me by, the list comes out. Number one, number two. I was number one by a lot. So I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe they're bad, maybe they're not. I know one thing, great American people, tremendous business people and companies bought it. I called President Xi and everyone said he was a hard no. He was a hard no, but I said, it's a good thing for TikTok, but it's good for us too. American companies, great ones, own our TikTok and it's very influential, but I'm number one by a lot. So, I hear this thing was on today, Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always so negative. Nobody's been tougher in China than me, but Gordon Chang, and he's a nice guy. It's like the world is falling down. It's not true.
His voice is completely back. It's completely fucking back.
It's not true. We have to be careful because China's a great competitor. But, he was talking about, we must stop TikTok. I'm number
He's talking
one
about the USA like it's a company.
I think it helped me win the election in a landslide, if you want to know the truth. Yeah, please.
Do you work on the White House? Are you building a helipad? Are you building the helipad?
That's a helipad. Yeah. So for 50 years, we've been landing helicopters on grass. The grass is wet, soggy. The helicopters sometimes miss their little mark. They send people out, Marines. I watch them do it. They march out so beautiful, great guys. They have a piece of metal that he put down. And except for the fact that these pilots are so good, they almost hit the mark all the time. But sometimes they miss. They're half the size of this desk. Think of it, you're landing a big chopper. But, years ago, and they just got produced, but during my administration, they ordered brand new helicopters, the big ones, the ones for President. It's called Marine One. And our other Marine ones are about 40 years old. They're old, like Air Force One. It's time to make a change. And other presidents wouldn't do that because they think it's not good to make a change to luxury, but you got to do it. Other countries have them. So Sikorsky gave we ordered a number of Sikorskys as the helicopters back and forth. Well, they're about 2.5 times more powerful than the old ones. And when you land on the grass, it's not that the grass gets discolored, it gets ripped out. And it was all over. They landed it once, and nobody planned for this. This was a little bit of a planning mistake. So they landed the helicopter, and half of the grass was sitting in front of the Oval Office front door. The rest of it was scattered all over the...
It's nonsense. Like, this never happened. It's all him just trying to justify these excesses and public money that he's using to build stuff all over the place. He wants to turn more of the White House grounds into a fortress. That's exactly what it is, yeah. Yapping about wet grass. That's some of my favorite stuff. That's some of my favorite stuff to talk about. Wet grass. Hey, Monkey Sputum. Yeah. It's just totally mental.
I mean, literally, it didn't singe it. It also singed it, by the way.
Come on, bro. Come on, chat. 5 people donating £5 each. We can hit this dono goal tonight, chat. We can do it.
But it literally...
I believe in you, chat.
Because of the power. It's tremendous. And everybody said, well, we'll keep using the old
current helipad is like 4 blocks away from the White House. Yeah, he doesn't want to walk. He doesn't want to walk that much.
It has. And for everything else, we use the new helicopters. They said, that's a pretty expensive deal. You wouldn't do that for your company. You'd figure out an answer. So I said, because I have helicopters, and 3 of them. And I said, because they've been great for my business. I think they're incredible. So Sikorsky 76, right? And I always was...
Can we watch the Turkey protest vid before the stream ends? Yeah, if I hit the dono goal.
I always got helipads. Other people don't. Very hard to get. The hardest thing to get is a helipad. Okay, there's no harder zoning thing to get is a helipad. And I had like 7 of them at different places, so I could go around by helicopter. And I said to the people, have you ever thought, these are generals, Air Force generals that are brilliant, and you know, you get used to a certain thing. They'd bring out the medal, but this was, now the medal didn't work because the power of these helicopters is so great it ripped up the grass, right? So I said, has anybody ever thought of a helipad? Because I build them and they go quickly and it solves all of the problems. Okay, he's laughing. It's true, right? It's crazy. So
there's someone in the press room literally laughing at him, and he's like,
he's laughing. It's true, right? Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
It was funny.
It's crazy.
Has anyone ever thought of a helipad? I had like 6 generals in front of me, and they're going like, wow, that's a good idea. You know, it's like the paperclip. It was such a simple invention.
It's so funny that like he's comparing him suggesting a helipad. Okay, I was about to say, God. Oh my God. I was about to say the way that he said, the way that he did the impression of the generals, if that was accurate, that sounded like some generals who said in a sarcastic way, wow, why did nobody think of that? Yeah. That's how he accurately said it. That's what I was about to say first of all. But then now I'm going to have to talk about the fact that he's comparing the invention of the paperclip to him suggesting to build a helipad. A thing that already exists.
The invention of the paperclip was amazing. They said it couldn't be done, but it was. And me suggesting that we build a helipad, even though it's a thing that already exists. No one's ever thought about it. No one's ever thought about putting it in the White House.
This is the sort of hubris they used to talk about in the Bible, yeah.
Wow, that's a good idea. You know, it's like the paperclip. It was such a simple invention. Probably he says that about a laptop.
A laptop. He didn't invent the laptop!
Thing to other people, wow. But the paperclip, 200 years ago, a gentleman came up with the idea for a paperclip. And he made a lot of money, became very rich. Not as rich as Michael Dell.
Hello, Dice Mistress. I saw a YouTube short on that.
Money.
What?
And what happened is Everybody was jealous. They said, why didn't we think of this? Same thing with the helipad. So now we're building a helipad, beautiful helipad.
Helipad.
And it's got the seal of the White
We're building a helipad.
He said helipod, right? He said helipod?
Everybody was jealous. They said, why didn't we think of this? Same thing with the helipad. So now we're building a helipad, beautiful helipad.
Helipad.
And it's got the seal
Building
of
a
the White
helipad.
House on it, in granite, in carved granite. It's really a beautiful thing. And I'll tell you, Sikorsky is paying for it. You know why? Because they didn't tell us how powerful these helicopters were, and they felt a little bit guilty. They sold us I like power, by the way. I think it's great for a helicopter. But they probably, I don't know, they felt a little guilty. And they are paying for the cost of it. It's about $5 or $6 million. They're paying the full cost. And when I heard they were paying the cost, I went out and said, let's do a beauty. Let's not just do a piece of concrete and paint it white, which is why I just put beautiful concrete, nice, and we paint it white.
Beautiful concrete, nice.
The seal.
Beautiful concrete, nice.
The White House. It's beautiful. The eagle. And it's carved out of granite. It's done by some of the most talented people you'll ever meet. And you're landing on granite, which is the strongest stone that we can... Like
he loves granite. He loves granite so much. It's like his favorite thing that he realized. It's proper 80s. He loves that radon gas. It's so weird that he's just like, it does feel like he played RimWorld. Because it's like, it's just straight out of RimWorld, right? Like, granite is the strongest stone in RimWorld. It's the strongest stone that you can mine and build walls out of or whatever, in the early game at least. And he's just like, yep.
Granite, it's the best. Granite, it's so strong. You need to be able to land a helicopter on granite.
Walk is black granite. That's 35,000 pounds per square inch. It's got a 1 million plus.
35,000 pounds? No, he's not talking about the cost. It weighs 35,000 pounds per square inch. That's a lot. How much is 35,000 pounds? Yeah, how deep is that? What is he talking about? 35,000 pounds. It's 1.2 kilograms. No, it can't be. Yeah, it's 15,000 kilograms. It's 15 tons. What does he mean? What does he mean?
Lifetime. It's the strongest stone there per inch. Walk is black granite. That's 35,000 pounds per square inch. It's got a 1 million plus lifetime. It's the strongest stone there is. And that's being used out there, and it's going to be, I think, really beautiful. And you can see the size. It's going to be beautiful. And it can be used for other things when helicopters aren't landing. You can have other things out there like events. You could have news conferences literally on it because it's the right size.
On the helipad. You can have events on the helipad. Concerts on the helipad. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
So by doing this, we solve the problem, and we'll be able to finally retire 45-year-old helicopters. Okay, how about one?
What do you mean, retire the helicopters? What is he talking about?
Or two more and we'll get out. Go ahead, please.
About the FIFA decision, millions of American soccer fans are obviously very happy, but what do you say to the critics who say this starts a precedent which other powerful leaders...
Well, I don't know. I mean, I
We can welcome the aliens on the helipad.
Per square inch is gibberish. It is gibberish, right? It's complete gibberish.
I can only say this. I had nothing to do with the decision. What I did have to do is, I said, I think it should be reviewed because I watched the play.
Long after the earth has perished and the universe is a cold, desolate void, the helipad will persist.
And he didn't do anything wrong.
Wait, what's the... Oh, he's talking about this again.
By the way,
Fucking
if he
hell.
did, I'd feel differently probably. If he punched him in the face, if he did something wrong. I thought your young, wonderful basketball player, Caitlin, I thought that she was treated rather rough, if you want to know the truth. That was a much different kind of an event. That was a pretty bad event. But in this case, he didn't do anything wrong. Two people ran into each other. And by the way, if you look at that game, there were 10 instances where it was much rougher than that. So I think it starts with the fact that it shouldn't have been a foul. And then you have to look at the person that raised the card, and that's up to you people. You look at. But I didn't think it was.
This is what it. Okay, do you know what he's doing? Yeah, he's talking like a pundit, isn't he? He's talking like a pundit. I was just about to say, this is what it's like when you first ever watch a game of football. When you with the first game that you watch, and you're going, that should be a red card. That should be a red card, right? He's only learned what a red card is the same day that he's watched his first game of football. And he's like, that should be a red card. What's going on there? Did you see that, ref? Where are you? Why no red card? Why no red card?
Very good, because it was not good. And I think that Johnny is brilliant at what he does. And I think they made, I don't think it was his decision. It's a big committee.
He did play football in school, as I recall. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because if he did, he'd know what a red card is. Unless you mean American football, fine, whatever. Nothing to do with any of this shit. There is no shot in hell this guy played soccer at school. You didn't even know what a red card is. You learn what a red card is on your first game that you play.
And I think they said, look, this game would have a big.
He played tennis, yeah.
If we lost, if we won, no matter what happened, you have to let them use their best players. And the game tonight.
Yeah, let him use the best players. Doesn't matter if he kills a guy. You gotta let him use your best players.
A full team, and Belgium's going to have a full team. And you know what? If they beat us, then they can be really proud. The other way, if they beat us, we'll say I say it was rigged, just like the election was rigged in 2020. But
all right, yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. You just say it was rigged. If they win, I'll say it's rigged. Okay. Fine.
I won't get into that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The Trump accounts are great. Thank you.
Trump accounts are ready. Get your child investing in the stock market early on. Early on.
Chat. It is up to you. It is in your hands as to whether I have a bad Monday or not. Currently, I'm having a bad Monday. Yeah. Currently, I'm having a bad Monday. It's mostly because of this. Now, there is only £35 left to go. No, £25 left to go in the dono goal for the day. I just need 5 of you to donate £5 each using the tip link in the chat. And that means that I will end the stream having had a great Monday. I don't even need you to give me the sub goal. I don't even mind. If we don't hit the sub goal as well, I don't mind. But this is my full-time job. I don't get any other money from any other fucking venture, whatever you want to call it. I get like a little bit of money that is topped up by Universal Credit, but I'm getting kicked off that in October, so I can't just rely on that forever. And they would prefer if I didn't at this point anyway, and they would stop bothering me about it. Sagler, thank you so much for donating £5. Let's go! Thank you so much for the £5. That's one chatter with one £5. Legend. Thank you very much. There you go. Now it's going to take even less. Now we just need 4 people donating £5. And we will get there. Even less, even less, even less. Yeah, I am getting kicked off Universal Credit, which is sort of like the unemployment here in the UK, if you don't know what that means. I'm getting kicked off that in October. There's not a lot I could do about that, so that's the end of that. And as I say, there's more than enough people who pass through the stream every day here who could donate. So please consider doing so. If you haven't already, if you haven't donated to the Twitch stream, I believe that Seigler is a first-time donator. So thank you very much. You could join the club of being a first-time donator. Although it does actually say that you were following me since 2023, which is crazy. Because that's before I went off on a big break. And yeah, that's a long time ago. Thank you very much. I could buy you a very cheap Steam game. I have 80 cents. Don't worry about it, Chilavina. If you can't afford to donate, you can, of course, support me through the free ways. Don't worry. You don't have to, you know, give me an excuse as to why you can't donate. If you can't donate, don't worry. The thing is that I know that there are chatters in here who could donate, and that would be very good if you could possibly do that. Orally Astra has also been following me for 2 years, 10 months, and 28 days. That's fascinating. I thought that I recognized your name. Actually, yeah, you've been following since 2023 as well. There you go. And I've come back to streaming last year. And I've been streaming for a whole year again since my return to streaming. And some of the old school soldiers are coming back. Coming back. Seeing what's going on in the djmuel stream. And I do appreciate that. Chat, as I say, we just need 4 people donating £5 each. And we will hit that goal. Segler says, I donated because I appreciate your information. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. That's why. That is, in fact, why you should donate. Morrigan, looks like you've been following for a similar amount of time. About 2 years, 11 months, 26 days. The djmuel phenomenon. People are saying this. More and more people are saying this. I remember the mule hiatus, the Mew hiatus. Mew hiatus? I know why I followed. Yeah, because I'm dead good. Those words don't like being portmanteaued. It's always difficult to do a portmanteau of 2 separate words that have vowels in the middle, right? The vowels in the middle is what fucks you up there. Chat, any more final donos before I hang it up for the day and have a bad Monday? Anyone want to help me have less of a bad Monday? I was rated here a few times long ago. Sometimes it is hard to catch streams. Oh, listen, I wasn't trying to say anything. Don't worry about it. Orly Asher, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you for using your Prime sub on me. And you're definitely helping me have less of a bad Monday. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Don't worry about it, PvP. It's all good. You never have to apologize for not being able to do it. If you can't donate, you can't donate. Soundkiller with the £5. Let's go!
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Keir Starmer. Thank you very much. And thank you, Soundkiller. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. And thank you for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. Chat, we are so close to hitting that dono goal. We can do it. Look, see? This is how it works. Everybody donates all together. You all come together, yeah. And you make a big structure, a big powerful structure. That builds a thing, and that's power. That's dual power, right? This, in the chat, my money that you give me today for the stream, yeah? That's building dual power. It's not. I can't. I feel bad saying that. I can't say that. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. We just need another £15. We just need 3 people. We just need 3 people to donate £5 each, and we can do it. I don't mind if it's £54.66, whatever. The 44p could go fuck itself. Yeah? It's fine. But yeah. You could get 44 one-piece suites with that, yeah. Hype train? Wait, what? A hype train? What for? For one person subscribing? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. We're not doing that. I'm sorry, we're not doing that. I'm sorry about that, chat. We're not doing that. At the end of the stream? I would rather just sit here and beg for more donos for an extra, I don't know, however long it takes, really. Neil! Oh my god!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Happy Monday.
Neil, you did it! Chatters, you did it! Thank you so much. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream and getting me to the dono goal. Let's fucking go. Alright, fuck it. Alright, fuck it. Because we hit the dono goal, we're gonna watch the video that Chilavina said that he wanted me to watch. And we're also gonna... we're also gonna have a little hype train. Why not? We'll have a little hype train. Yeah?
No a la guerra. No a la guerra. Not war. Not war. Not war. Just peace.
Why not?
Peace. Just peace. Forever. 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 Peace forever. Venga por mí. Aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No tratar de llegar. Cobarde. Venga por mí. Cobarde.
Thanks, Chilavina. Appreciate that.
No a la guerra loca. No crazy. No crazy.
Chat, if you want the hype train to continue, I will accept more subs. We do have a sub goal to hit for the day as well, if you want to help us hit that. But I'm not going to push it. Follow the commands of the great Bezos. No, I'm rewarding chat because we hit the dono goal. That's what it is. Classic banger, classic remix. Monkey Sputum with the £5.35. Oh my god!
That raggedy number bothers me.
Thank you so much, Monkey Sputum. I appreciate that. Segler, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's go! Thank you very much for rounding it up to 60. Monkey Sputum, you legend. Look at that. A nice clean 60. Thank you very much. One minute left on the hype train, chat. We'll have another short tune. Oh, most of the tunes are pretty much the same length. Let's go for this one. Another 2 minute 39. Peng Shui, Eat the Rich.
We gave our land and we gave our home. Worked through the skin for the CEO. We killed the king and then kept the throne. To buy a freedom we don't own. A system built on stolen goods. Throwing our
20 seconds left on the hype train, chat.
From our hood, slave labor didn't die. They just put it in a uniform. Eat a burger made of chloroform. And you sleep right through the thunderstorm. With a hunger fueled of nothing good. In an ugly paste made of rotten wood. Let them eat cake. Let them look at the starving masses. By the books instead.
Yes, Kai Tagata by Alien Weaponry is one of the hype train tunes. Kai Matara. Chat, thank you for the mini hype train. Appreciate you. Okay, that's the end of the hype train. Obviously, I don't condone any of the messages that are in the hype train tunes. Yeah? I simply don't. That is just music that we listen to, yeah? It is music that we listen to. We're going to watch this real quick for Chilavina, because Chilavina wanted me to see the difference between the way that Turkey deals with communist protesters and versus... how they deal with liberals. So I believe that this is a bunch of Turkish communists who are going absolutely sicko mode doing anti-NATO protests because all the NATO leaders are meeting in Ankara, I believe, today. Fucking pepper spray everywhere. Chat, what these guys are demonstrating is something that I have talked about quite often in protests in the West. Obviously, Turkey is part of the West, but Turkey is a bit more, you know, I guess like considered Eastern, I suppose. But you will notice that cops are trying to pick people out of this protest, and people are just kind of stopping them from doing that. Just kind of watch what happens, chat. So they're trying to pick people off, and the cops are kind of like, and the protesters are kind of like surrounding their friends and pushing the cops away and stuff. Now, I would never encourage anyone to break the law or assault a police officer or anything like that, but we can only really expect that people will end up doing more de-arrest tactics, you know, in the future. So let's have a look. I think that this is the more liberal protest that is in Istanbul. Let's have a look at this. Oh, this is actually Communist Party stuff. This is the Communist Party.
Bizim ekmeğimiz küçülürken NATO'nun savaş bütçeleri...
Oh, this is the liberal protest, right? So this is the liberal protest, and they're just standing by the sidelines, basically. Yeah. Yo, check out the comrades though. This is good. Look how many of them there are. I was gonna say this is a bit of an intense banner for liberals. I imagine that this says "Crush imperialism." Karolsun imperializm. NATO'dan çekilsin. Üsleri ilkonsun. Something like that, you know? Something like that.
NATO'nun savaş bütçeleri...
It's a little bit crazy. Yeah, no, great example. Thank you very much for that, Chilavina. Thank you very much for that, Chilavina. yeah, it's always good to take a look at that. We're going to be having a look at more of the NATO stuff tomorrow. So you could look forward to that. We had a lot of Trump rot today, and I'm sorry that it was mostly Trump rot, but it, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes. Thank you very much, everybody who has, you know, supported the stream today. And even just by being here, really appreciate that a lot. My brain is now hollow. Yeah, fully rotted away. Turkish commies are absolute chads. All those people are part of a banned party that's labeled a terrorist organization, so all of them are putting their life on the line, literally. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know how it goes in the UK about supporting, like, terrorist groups in other countries that aren't prescribed terrorist in our countries, but I imagine that that's probably not illegal. Right? But just to be careful, I'm not going to express any support for the Turkish communists. But, you know, I can disagree with their prescription, can't I? So, what are we going to do? Chat, we're going to go and raid someone. We are going to go and raid... Shauna Black, who is talking about something that I think that people will probably enjoy to talk about and talk shit on and all that kind of stuff. I think that he's talking about Graham Plattner. Apparently there have been some allegations that have been made against Graham Plattner, and now everyone is going mental about it. And Plattner himself is maybe considering standing down and all this stuff, and there's a lot of people going, haha, I told you so. And I remain critical of Plattner for the reasons that I've been critical of him previously. I would say that I've seen some discussion about, like, this is why, saying things like, this is why rehabilitating vets is a waste of time and stuff like that. And I disagree with that. Right, I disagree with that entirely. But I guess if you want my conclusive entire take on the Plattner thing, right, is that, like, I think that even someone like Plattner could be re-educated and rehabilitated, but the place for that is not, and I do not think will ever be, liberal bourgeois electoralism. You know? I just don't think that that's where that can happen. You know? So, I think that that's my take. He wasn't the DSA candidate, though. So, I think that that's why, you know, a lot of people were, like, really defending him because they thought that he was the DSA candidate, and I don't think that's true. I think that the DSA candidate was someone else, and people were pushing that candidate instead for the primary. But I just don't think that that candidate got enough, like, airtime or promo or whatever you want to call it. I don't know the details of it, chat, basically. But you could go and learn some of this with Sean right now. Like I said, he's raiding. Yeah, you'll enjoy Sean. If you're not a fan of Sean, if you've not seen him already, join us. You know, you will very much enjoy his stream. Absolutely. He covers things a bit more like pop culture-y than me. He's really good at that stuff. And I enjoy watching Sean stream quite regularly. I haven't caught one of his streams in a long time, but he's a great guy. Thank you so much, everybody who's been here today for supporting me. Thank you very much. You can check out my YouTube channels in the meantime, in between now and tomorrow. You can check out my socials. You can check out my VOD channel, where the VODs are uploaded 24 hours after the stream has ended. And you can catch up on a bunch of stuff there as well. Please copy and paste the raid message. The raid message, if you are a tier 1 subscriber or any tier subscriber, is this with the emotes. And the other one is the raid message number 2. Hey, trans women, how you doing? Sorry to catch you just at the end there. But yes, I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for just hanging out. Thank you for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. And peace. Good night.